Good morning. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show on Business Day TV. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning right here in Lagos City. Rainy morning, if I do say so myself. And we have a lot to keep you going this morning. Loads and loads of information packed into the show this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today with me on the show, of course, I have Valentine Onyeka as well,
Always
who's
present.
also here this morning. You've definitely seen the rain. It's been such a rough morning
A major
for
pour down.
Lagosians. So my thoughts are out to Lagosians this morning as they wade through the waters this morning, literally. But let me give you a rundown of what to expect on the show this morning. We will definitely be looking at the headlines this morning, and of course the headlines on the front pages of the papers this morning across the papers, from Business Day to Vanguard to The Guardian. We'll definitely be taking a look at some of the big stories on the front pages of the papers, and of course we'll go to Business Morning and touch on some business stories on Business Morning today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. And at 10 a.m., we'll be going to the big story right here on the show. Today is quite interesting. We'll be talking about the oil market and how some of those companies are halting drilling plans. And then, of course, we'll come to social listening and see what is trending on social media. It's always very exciting. So that's what you expect on the show today. So don't go away. This is where to be, definitely. But before we go, let's see what we have on the headlines today. Nigeria's headline inflation further falls in August to 20.12% on Naira stability. And then Naira hits 5-month high of 1,497.46 Naira as demand pressure drops. Then again, Dangote Refinery exports 1.1 billion liters of petrol in 3 months. That's a huge one if you ask me. And then Tanzania opposition presidential candidate barred for second time. I'm curious to know what would make you banned for the second time in a row, and why you still venture. Some people are very persistent.
Let's be basic. When they understand that you don't have to die on that seat, then we'll probably start seeing people who are more considerate. Till then, I think people should learn the hard way. Maybe they placed a ban on him for one or two other reasons, but if you've done first term, second term, you should just go and relax and allow other people, try it and see if leadership could really work when it's rotational. But again, when we get to the full story, we'll understand the full details. But for what is worth, African leaders need to understand that it's not their birthright, unless it's a monarchical form of system, which most definitely is not the case. In this case, there is a democracy that helps to shape in the government. Stick with it. Don't find a way to bend the rules because you are on the seat. Then eventually try to see how you can extend your tenure. I think we should find out these things and not wait until you are embarrassed. Leave when the ovation is high. But African leaders, I think the latter is the case.
And let's move to Nigeria's headline inflation further falling in August to 20.12% on Naira stability. So we've seen that the Naira has been sort of stable for a while now, and that also meant that the headline inflation has fallen in August to 20.12%. That's also his headline this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Again, Naira hits 5-month high of 1,497.46 as demand pressure drops. That also says something. Is there something you want to say?
So, so we are seeing the official rate, isn't it? So? But the black market has something different. We know that it is no longer news that most people, when you have dollar, you want to face the black market scene, knowing that it will pay you more than the regular across the counter. However, it's good news to see that, it is not officially it's not crossing 1,500 Naira to a dollar yet. But until we begin to see some, irregularities in the economy and people begin to put an unquote mess up in the different areas, and it will obviously devalue our Naira even more. We don't pray that such happens. But for what is worth, we are gaining ground. Is it worth celebrating? that's a different question for another day. However, that we have this, decline of, not necessarily decline, I would say we gained some cobble. That's really cobble compared to what we had before. Whatever worked and made it this possible, we should stick with it. Those who are our financial and economic experts who are advising our president should, intensify their advice and of course come to terms with the fact that there are real people's lives have been affected. And so for them to be able to get something good out of it, make sure that as they plan and they run their statistics and forecast, they should forecast such a way that those on the downstream don't suffer. Because the more the dollar is the more dollar kills the naira, of course things get expensive. You and I will feel it. When you want to go buy things from the open market, you will feel the fact that, look, the naira is gaining ground. Some that probably cost 100 naira before will begin to cost like 120 naira. And this costs across board. If we are solely dependent on importing fuel, which we're not, at least thanks to Dangote, right? Give and take, those premium extra costs that the dollar is gaining the naira over will show in those areas. Other imports will show. And again, there's something I keep on telling people, look, we are a sovereignty. This is Nigeria. It's not the United States of America. We should learn to begin to trade, no matter what it is, be proud of trading with our own currency. I remember one time ago when Peter Obi was mentioning something about that he doesn't understand why we're in a country and we are spending dollars, where naira is our official currency. And that makes a lot of sense for me. Again, it's all about demand and supply. Most people have realized that if they earn in dollars, most definitely, yes, they will live a far more better lives. But it all depends on the kind of job. It's relative to your job. If your job is located here in Nigeria and they're paying you in naira, obviously you might be working more than someone who is, even if you're working the same hours and time with someone who lives abroad, the person being paid some certain amount of money in dollars. You cannot compare to what you're earning here because the economy itself is surviving, not thriving. However, we have 1,400 and something naira, right? Let's hope that it keeps declining such a way that we can afford to now see, if possible, one day 500 naira to $1. I remember back in the days.
Is that ever going to happen?
Well, we hope and pray.
We hope and pray. We're always hoping and praying in Nigeria. I love it for us.
We are the hopeful, what's the renewed hope. Is that what we are? So
so every morning we're renewing our hope. In the country.
That's it. I mean, we can only but do our bit. But those of us who are listening at home, who are, key players in this whole thing, remember, don't just say, let me go and cash out and get what I want and mess up the economy. Your generations yet unborn are going to feel it. 20 years ago, when legendary Fela was on stage singing, he kept mentioning that, look, where are we going to as a country? At that time, I think it was about 18 naira to $1, if not 15 naira to $1, right? But look at where we are right now.
Absolutely. Let's see what we have in the world of Dangote. You see the way I said the world of Dangote.
Exactly.
Dangote refinery exports 1.1 billion liters of petrol in 3 months. That for me is a lot.
It's good that at least now we are beginning to, accept the reality that he's doing the Lord's work. Whenever I see it, some people say, what are you talking about?
No one ever argue that he's doing the Lord's work. Did anyone argue?
Well, give and take, it all depends on the angle. But for what it's worth, we know clearly, with this particular headline, we know clearly that no one is deceiving anybody. There's no deceit going on here. It is clear that if we continue in this trajectory, we as a nation will begin to enjoy the fact that our own, produced fuel, right, can serve the nation with time. We just saw right now there's an increase in this production level. If we continue this way, the federal government kind of releases and relaxes some stronghold around their business. Give them some more space. And don't be afraid of him, standing in there as quote and unquote someone who monopolized the market. Don't be afraid of that. Let us look at the interest of the common Nigerian. Yes, we know that when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. That should not be the case. The two elephants can actually make amends, and so that the grass can actually thrive. We are in a position right now where we can afford to say Nigeria is about to breathe, fresh air. Let all sectors come together to now say we have suffered a lot. I would not owe that to our diversity. I'd rather say it has to do with leadership. It is time to say enough of that. Let us now agree and include everyone in different stakeholders and different areas to say, come together, let's make this nation better. And to do that is to say the one we have that is working, that Dangote is doing a lot of, hitting milestones.
Right.
How do you support him even more? Don't look for ways to now say you want to antagonize him. No. That fuel is helping Nigerians. And I hear the quality of fuel is great, good for the engine. So which means let's visit to the mechanic. So economically, Nigerians will be saving money instead of dashing money to mechanics. Although, how would those ones feed their families if you don't bring your cars for fixing? But we don't want to take our cars to mechanic for fixing.
Every time.
We want to take it there for maintenance, which is normal. However, the way you and I reason probably is not the way those billionaires reason. We are not billionaires. They have a different mindset altogether. We just hope that those who are billionaires have the interest of the common Nigerians at heart.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a quick break now, and then we'll be right back to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review right here on the show. We'll start off this morning, of course, with the Business Day paper and see what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Quite an interesting story. It says, rate cut unlikely despite slowing inflation. This one is on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, and still on the front page of the Business Day paper today. It says, how national curriculum shifts focus from schooling to skills. Wow, such an interesting conversation there. And then it says debt financing in tech rivals equity hits $1 billion. That's what we have this morning on the Business Day papers. Again, winners, losers of Nigeria's $300 duty-free import threshold. We spoke lightly on the inflation story earlier on the headlines, and that's still what we have this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper. It just shows how important this conversation is. And then this one here on page 20 or the page 30, it says how national curriculum shifts focus from schooling to skills. I want to actually go in a bit to see what that story is about. It really interests me because it's important at this time when we're talking about education. Education is the bedrock of any country. So
I thought just pour more light. If you look at it closely, if they say skill is now taking the front burner over every other thing, I think for me, this might sound like a harsh reality. I think it's a welcome idea. Why? Because we're now faced with, or put it this way, we are now in an era where skill acquisition is the way to go. It's no longer the what do you call it, the to go thing is now the way to go. Why? Because if you don't have skill, fewer than no time from now, you probably wouldn't be relevant. The young boys now, or young ladies now, lack of a better term, they call them Gen Zs. They now know how to sit in their homes, right, and create apps that will do a whole lot thanks to AI now. So in trying to make sure that you can be outstanding, your skill level must be great. So if we are inculcating that idea of skill above others in our educational system, I think it's a great call. However, we must create a balance, so that way they don't get leave other parts on attended to. Theory is also very important, but skill is key. This, for me, I believe will be the master key to the next generation being great leaders. What kind of skill we're talking about? Skill on how to handle machinery, skill on how to create things from scratch, skill in different areas, even skill of speech, right? You might teach someone how to pronounce words. You might teach someone, I'm talking about media now, mass communication. You might teach someone how to, run production, media angles in general. If the person doesn't have skill to understand different creative input, it's just a garbage in, garbage out, which is why the love for a particular thing must come with developing it physically, right? Understand that this can be a game changer for tomorrow, and no better time to inculcate such knowledge and build up some skill than when they're in primary schools, secondary schools. So for me, when they finally get to university, do you remember that there are some people that will come to an establishment and don't want to come to IT? Why is that so?
Why?
Because it's not everything that they need that they need that might be available in those universities. So you need to get out there so they can be exposed to those either equipment for those people who are if you're studying mechanical engineering, those who are into other kind of courses that will require you physically holding some tool or the other. So for me, I think is the way to go. Skill is key, but again, let's be able to balance it.
Absolutely. Let's see what we have at the front page this morning. Of course, we just some of the stories on the Business Day paper says debt financing and tech rivals equity and hit $1 billion, and then winners losers of Nigeria's $300 duty-free import threshold. These ones are stories that you need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper to get more insight on. So you should look around for copies of the Business Day paper. Otherwise, visit www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories. We also have our premium subscription, which you could also be a part of. There you find well thought out, well researched never before seen stories, so you should also subscribe to our premium subscription. Well, let's move on now to the Punch paper this morning and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning on the BDTV breakfast show.
Farmers are about to smile, I think so.
Are they? Okay, let's talk about it.
So it says farmers fault FG's order as agro imports hit 2.2 trillion naira. So farmers fault FG's order as agro imports hit 2.2 trillion naira.
And then the writer is also saying that order won't work. Federal government must subsidize transport, agri sectors. And this is from Afan Milas. Federal government to distribute 2,000 tractors to farmers.
I think that's a good call.
It is.
Which is why I said farmers are about to smile. But then again, they're also faulting FG.
And we are also about to smile because that also means that food prices will crash.
Well, this is the thing now. Hopefully, they don't get those food, products and, move them to different countries, leaving us, right, in a point of cap in hand where we now have to have no choice but to buy at any premium price that they give to us. Let's hope that our food will go around and our food basket of the nation will actually even be more implementational than before. However, if you look at it closely, when they say that equipment and money is going to be disbursed for a particular thing, people don't worry about the fact that there might be some level of diversion. What are we putting in place to mitigate that? It's not as if you can erase it totally. Some people want to corner some of the money and all that stuff. I mean, let's be honest. Human beings are human beings. And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It happens everywhere around the world. But because we know farming and food is integral to Nigeria, our survival, it's not a matter of whether we can manage. Without food, a nation cannot survive. We need to have eagle lizard eye attention on the disbursement of those tractors, of monies, as the case may be, with the S, whichever it is that has to cut across to those farmers. We need to be able to monitor at every point in time, make it open to the public that look, this is where we are with this thing.
There needs to be accountability.
Most definitely, and transparency. 2.2 trillion, no joke.
Certainly not a joke. But still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, it says Sanu Nasu issues strike notice over unpaid allowances. On the front page of the Punch paper this morning, and on page 23, FX inflows reserves boost Naira to 1,498 per dollar. Exciting. And page 2 says Tinubu, Fubara and foreign trips as Ibas set for handover. It's looking like the vacations are over. While the schools are resuming, we're also finding some people resuming. President Tinubu is resuming. Fubara is resuming. It's looking like it's introduction, resumption for all right now.
But why am I
in September?
That as they resume, we'll probably see another season of back and forth, another season where we can have to go and subscribe, and get to see what's happening with
subscribe to where?
The political actors. But I mean, President Tinubu is coming back. Fubara is getting ready to receive from Ibas. And then we want to really see what Fubara will say and say, look, this was left in the coffers of our treasury, or this is what I left. How come, it's looking different? I'm itching to know what he will find or what will be left for him to run the states with. However, whichever comes is good news for us.
I'm sure the people of Rivers are also really excited to have for the end of this entire 6-month tenure that the sole administrator, I want to believe that they're excited. There's just this sense of normalcy that comes back when the person who is handling something, is back, because at the point where it's other people handling it, it doesn't feel original. So then,
but again,
same as the way we're also happy to have President Tinubu back.
Most definitely. Again, there is a side way to it. Him coming back will mean, one, those who had issues against him we will have no choice but to totally bury the hatchet, which is important. On the flip side, those who were supporters begin to wonder, wait a minute, so we gave our time and gave our everything to you to support you, and you just went behind our back to now make peace. What if those who support him are not even willing to, we're not ready for that peace accord? However it is, politics is what it is. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy. What we have are permanent interests. Rather, what we have is permanent interest. But however it plays out, let's know one thing for sure, which is this, that he's going to have a tough time gaining back the trust of those people who were with him, who were saying, stand your ground, don't go and beg anybody, or don't make peace, you are in the right, so let's see how it plays out, really. But I really want to find out how much is left for him to narrow on the stage with, which is very important.
All right,
I'm easy to find out.
Let's find out later. Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, apparently Dangote is making some vows to us this morning. He says Dangote vows that refinery won't fall to oil mafia. I have to give it to him with the sense of, what's the word? The sense of just being very sure. One thing that Mr. Dangote has is that Mr. Aliko Dangote has is self-belief, and I think that takes people far. Obviously, is a sure example of that, and that's why he has gone this far, because as when he was building the refinery, many people had doubts about it.
They had the misgivings and everything.
Yes, I was one of, like, literally, if you're to count the percentage, you find out many Nigerians, even non-Nigerians, were not sure about it. But look at us now. The refinery is built. It's boasting of the integrity of the oil is something that we talk about every time, that it's better than others. We're also boasting of, just yesterday, 1,000 CNG trucks also added to the fleet. So it just keeps taking it up a notch. So if he says this morning that oil, the refinery won't fall to oil mafia, I believe him.
So it's good that they've now come together and acknowledge that we do have some mafias who are there, who are, you call them quote and unquote, they fancy name for them. They're called gatekeepers. And that name is being used to derail us. But I'm happy that they've identified them, now saying that, look, Nigerians, you no longer suffer in the hands of these mafias. And let's call a spade a spade. I will not be shocked, again, allegedly, right? Just being alleged. I'll not be shocked if, for what it's worth, right, those marketers are the ones that they're pointing fingers at, because they've held this country hostage for a long time. Whenever marketers sneeze, the nation is shaking. The nation shakes. So if we can move away from that, it's better for us. The fact that subsidy was removed, they didn't like that, because we know that they were making so much money from it. But federal government had to be strong. Thanks to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu by saying, look, subsidy is gone. Although it didn't come with some other challenges. We saw some hardship, we see experiencing it. Like he rightly said, you want omelette, you break the egg. So, but however, let's hope that right now we will not see issues of mafias, finding a way.
I hope so.
To, like what do we say, hijack the prosperity of Nigeria.
We hope so, certainly hope so. Well done to Mr. Dangote. Well done to the entire team holding it down at Dangote Refinery as well. I know we're going to be getting more stories on Dangote Refinery, so you need to look out for the Business Day paper. I know that the Energy Desk are working on something. They visited the refinery yesterday, so there's so much more to come from that side of the world. Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, SANU NASU issues strike notice over unpaid allowances. Every morning we are on this show, we talk about unpaid allowances, and it seems to be the order of the day.
So
unpaid salaries, but now this time around we're talking about unpaid allowances, but unpaid anything is frustrating.
Now, what this means is that it validates what we're talking about since all these days on the show, which is even after you pay some money or you accept all the bills, you still have other accumulated bills that could have come because that one was not paid on time. Now, I don't know how they run their financial payment system, but one thing for sure is that if we keep hearing, strike here or call of strike here, which simply means that they've not met their demands 100%. Is it that federal government is not capable financially, right, leadership-wise, to meet them 100%? So we stop hearing this consistent issue of salaries have not been paid or half have been paid, go back to work, or that back and forth. Is it that we are not financially very strong and buoyant to do that? If you tell me we don't have that amount of money, then I will seriously be surprised. Because the amount of wastage that takes place when it comes to gas flaring, the amount of wastage that takes place in our Senate when it has to do with all their own allowances and excessive budget padding. I can go on and on and on. Maybe at the end of my speech, you give me an award for it. But it's very, very worrisome that we can waste all that amount of money and yet not meet these people halfway. Again, it's not peculiar to Nigeria. I must also give it to the Nigerian government too. Some other countries have their problems. But what is what? We don't have typhoons. We don't have, hurricane. We've not named any hurricane like Hurricane Musa, Hurricane Nkechi, or Hurricane,
Orieka.
Yeah.
Sounds more like it.
So we are void from that. We thank our Creator for not giving us such heavy burden to carry. However, we have our own small issues here. Leadership is an issue. Transparency is an issue. Accountability is an issue. So it's more or less a human factor. Well, having said so, back to the matter now. Can we get to a point where we say all salaries have been paid, all allowances have been paid, and all gratuities held have been paid? The only money we're owing right now, truly speaking, is to our generations yet unborn. Would that not be a great place to start?
It would definitely be a great place to start. Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, South is behind as Southwest maintains voter pre-registration lead. And this is on page 7 of the Punch paper this morning. And on page 4 and 5, Nepal protests, 2 Nigerian inmates were arrested after jailbreak. And on page 23, federal government suspends controversial 4% import duty levy. But we have to turn our focus now to the Guardian paper this morning and see what they have on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning. One thing I like about the Guardian as well is how they are heavy on infographics, just giving a detailed explanation.
Whoever is doing their infographics is doing a great job.
Exactly. It's the same way our cartoonist is also doing an excellent job. So that's also their own sell on the Guardian. The front page of the Guardian paper this morning on the top left-hand side says, 2027, Nigerians won't accept technical glitch excuses. PDP warns INEC. I'm loving that. And then on the front page still, news on page 4 says, federal government suspend customs FOB levy on imports. And on page 3, how our refineries save Nigeria's oil sector. This one is from Dangote. I did tell you that we're going to definitely on the front page, we'll be hearing more from Dangote. BusinessDay paper, certainly you should look out for more stories on the Dangote refinery in Dangote. The big story on the Guardian paper this morning says, money illusion fuels fiscal crisis. State debt deficits soar. This is on page 6 of the Guardian paper this morning. And on page 29, federal government orders relocation of roaming cattle to grazing reserves. And on page 4 of the Guardian paper, quite an interesting spread this morning. It says $4.5 billion fraud trial. Court grants Emefiele's request for forensic examination. International Day, Nigeria's democracy faces grave threats from hunger and corruption. Article CSOs warn.
Have you seen something about that particular caption? You see, it didn't mention Nigeria faces, natural disaster. It says faces grave threat from hunger, corruption.
But the focus is not on Nigeria. It's the focus is on Nigeria's democracy. Yeah.
Again,
so it could natural disasters cannot affect our democracy.
Well, in many ways it can. Because but before I go into that, why did I single that particular line and then kind of create a measure by saying natural disaster? It shows you that the problem we're facing is man-made. And so in identifying it, it means that we have done at least 10% of the work. Can we now begin to itemize? Because it's becoming a big shame in the eye of the way the international world sees Nigeria, this wonderful country that I'm so passionate about. Look, is it that whenever voting period comes, they can't get it right? Is it that we are so backward that we can't begin to understand that, look, this beavers thing or whatever on the electoral process, right? We've learned from our mistakes. Is it that we cannot use those mistakes to get it right this time? Is it that we don't know those corrupt people? We don't want to hear some kind of, like what happened last time. We don't want those kind of incidents. We want a case where, look, for what it's worth, those who are responsible for doing what they need to do it well. And those who were caught the last time, look, don't bring them close enough to the ballot box, let alone close to INEC. So no story this time. Now, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to defend what Atiku said. In general, as a Nigerian, right, it is your right to get out there and vote when that time comes. But we don't want to begin to see the idea of voting as, may God help us. May God help us. No. We don't want people to now start saying, oh, there's a curfew, 6 to 7. No. There must be freedom of movement, freedom to choose who we want to vote for. And the idea of using thugs, right, and people who will go and snatch ballot box, they know them already. Those people already should be, look, this might sound strange. We should have preemptive arrests. So we know people like this. These people might get involved in this thing. Let us make sure they don't come close to those areas so that well-meaning Nigerians can go out there and choose who they want to lead them moving forward. Again, we must talk about it. We in the media, our job is to talk about it. Right? We want free, fair election. When that time comes, it's 2027, it's far. Having said so, the sooner we talk about it, the better. Since our political actors have started campaigning already, let's all start talking about it. Isn't it so?
You're absolutely correct. Still on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning is NMA rejects salary cut for Lagos doctors and faults federal government on funding. This is on page 5 of the Guardian paper this morning. On the front page still, it says Adeleke devastated, that's the governor of Osun State, laments as flood ravages Osun community. It's sad to see that Osun State is also facing a flood situation, but at least it's good to see the empathy on the side of the governor. Hopefully they're doing something about salvaging the situation. Still on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning, peace deal collapses as bandits abduct 40 in Zamfara.
Wow.
That's my exact same reaction.
I mean, on the show, we are kind of good at using words to make the show interesting. But when you now hear things like this, you begin to wonder, where do we throw in figure of speech that would give the show some interesting feel? This particular caption has nothing to do with sense of humor. We'll just say it the way it is. It is absurd that at this point in our lives, at this point in Nigerians' existence, we cannot put a stop to those things by making sure our security personnel position themselves properly in some certain areas that they know are prone areas. Look, Zamfara cannot be as big as Nigeria, right? I remember the other time, Musa, who is the military chief then, said something about that can't we simply wall our, fence our borders. It kind of sounded too out of this world. But look, some other nations have done it before. This way we'll be able to protect our territory so that people don't come from a different neighboring country into Nigeria, perpetrate crime and disappear. No place is unsafe, right? When humans do the right thing. My point is that it is human beings that make a place unsafe. It's not evil spirits now. Right? What happened to the community policing there? What happened to the vigilante? What happened to each one? If you see anything, tell another. We need to begin to push NOA to do its job. How? Sensitize people. Work with some level of, they call them, town hall meetings to fish out these bad eggs. If they come from a different state, if you live in a locale where you see a face that you've not seen before, raise an alarm. Otherwise, if you think it's far away, until one day it happens to someone about that So when we see things like that, killings or kidnappings, it's worrisome, right? It doesn't give us that essence to make the program even interesting, because it's a painful thing. You can't have any humor added to it.
And the fact that every morning it's hard to take a stab at the papers without seeing, people, so amount of people killed, so amount of people abducted. We need to put a stop, or at least there needs to be some sort of improvement in the security in Nigeria. It's a huge problem right now, and it's a problem that needs to be tackled head on.
And there's something we're not seeing. You see, these people didn't come to perpetrate that crime when they had issues. It was when the peace deal was about to be put in place. Then how came? Meaning to say, they don't want peace at all. You see, some people are making money and cashing out in the midst of chaos, in the midst of trouble, turmoil. Some people are busy making money at the expense of lives and livelihoods of well-meaning Nigerians. Like they say, we're in renewed hope. Let's keep hoping.
Let's keep hoping. And still on the front page, not the front page. Let's move now and see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the BusinessDay paper. I saw the cartoon of the day, which will be up on your screen soon. I think it's heart-wrenching. So in that image, like you can see, from 2010 to 2015, which you see also, firstly, on the top side of the cartoon, you see years 2010 to 2015, 2015 to 2023, and then you see 2023. You see a citizen, a person, a man, and then below, then you see president. Those images are images of president. So from past president to current president. So one president being former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. The second president being President Muhammadu Buhari, former president and late former president Muhammadu Buhari. Also, we also have the current president, which is President Bola Tinubu. And then you see that in the tenure for President Goodluck Jonathan, you see that man walking gallantly, looking healthy, his shirt, clean, well ironed, with lovely sneakers and a pair of
great smile.
Denim, with a great smile, lovely haircut. Everything just looks dapper. You'd certainly look at that person. And then 2015 to 2023, you see that same man who was walking gallantly from 2015 to 2023 under former and late President Muhammadu Buhari, you see that person with tattered shirt, dirty, no haircut, his hair unkempt, his jean also tattered, even the sneaker I was putting on, and then this person is literally in tears and sweaty. At 2023,
it's now perpetual.
It's not, it doesn't even have a shirt anymore. It doesn't even have shoes anymore. It doesn't even have, look at his haircut. Like, it's not, so initially 2015, 2023, the hair was unkempt, granted. Everything about that was unkempt, and then he wasn't looking healthy anymore. But at 2023, he doesn't even have a shirt on his back. He doesn't even have
his
shoes.
Ribs actually,
his ribs are almost coming out, and his hair is
a display of that.
And this is under President.
Well, cartoon is what it is. Don't take it to heart too much, Nigerians.
I will take it to heart.
Okay.
I've taken it to heart.
Okay.
Because I see myself in
the third cartoon.
I can relate. I understand. Yeah. I can relate to this, but it's just unfortunate, really, to know that this is what we have to face as Nigerians. It's unfortunate.
Again, we will say let's keep on hoping. At some point, you have to turn that hope to let's say survival.
We need to turn this hope to money, because every morning, like I said, renewed hope. It's like every morning we wake up and you're like, okay, my hope is renewed for a new day.
And what the way forward?
And then the reality sets in.
When you now get into your vehicle and it's telling you no fuel, right? And you go to buy food and
the reality sets in. That's it.
It's a general cover.
It's unfortunate. We have to bring it to a halt here on the newspaper review segment. Up next is Business Morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us. You're still watching the Business Day Breakfast Show. This is Business Day Television, and this is the Business Morning segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Now let's bring you the news in detail. Nigeria's headline inflation moderated to 20.12% year-on-year in August, down from 21.88% recorded in July. According to reports, the inflation easing in August inflation reading was driven by softer energy prices and ongoing stability in the FX market. The Central Bank of Nigeria sustained monetary tightening, and efforts have reportedly alleviated demand-side pressures supported by a moderate expansion in credit allocation. Food and core inflation also moderated, easing to 21.9% and 20.3% respectively. Moving on, members of the Monetary Policy Committee have revealed that the Naira stability is expected to persist over the medium term as speculative activities continue to decline. The Naira on Monday climbed to a 5-month high to 1,497.46 Naira at the official market, buoyed by easing demand pressure and improved foreign exchange liquidity. Reports show that the last time the currency was stronger than this level was on March 4, 2025, when it traded at 1,491.67 Naira per dollar in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. At the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira appreciated to 1,525 Naira compared with 1,530 Naira recorded the previous week. Moving on, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has marked its first anniversary of petrol production, exporting over 1.1 billion liters of premium motor spirits between June and the first week of September 2025. Aliko Dangote, the president and CEO of Dangote Petroleum Refinery, announced the development at a conference on Monday, declaring that the facility's operations have ended nearly 5 decades of recurring fuel queues across the country. The company says since it commenced petrol production on September 15, 2024, the 650,000 barrel per day refinery has consistently supplied the domestic market while creating new streams of foreign exchange through export. Dangote revealed that the export alongside domestic supply underscored the refinery's ability to meet Nigeria's demand while strengthening the economy. To end the news, Tanzania's Electoral Commission has disqualified opposition presidential candidate Lahaga Mpina for the second time on Monday, reversing a decision made 2 days earlier approving his nomination. The disqualification of Mpina, who leads the country's second largest opposition party, reportedly leaves President Samia Suluhu Hassan a clear run at next month's election, with only candidates from minor parties allowed to compete. The vote will also be held without the leading opposition party, Chadema, which was disqualified in April after failing to sign the Electoral Code of Conduct as part of its call for electoral reforms. According to reports, Chadema presidential candidate Tundu Lissu has been in jail for over 5 months after being charged with treason in April. Well, let's go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be discussing the Business Morning right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's stock market staged a strong rebound on Monday as investors reaped significant gains amounting to 986 billion naira, reversing the losses recorded in the previous trading sessions. The NGX All-Share Index rose by 1.78%, closing at 101,562.36 points, while the market capitalization surged to 57.47 trillion naira, driven mainly by renewed buying interest in blue chip stocks. Market analysts attributed the rebound to bargain hunting by investors who sought opportunities after recent price dips, particularly in the banking, oil and gas, and industrial goods sectors. Heavyweights such as Dangote Cement, MTN Nigeria, and Guaranteed Trust Holding Company were among the top gainers that fueled the market rally. Trading activity also improved, with both volume and value of shares exchanged showing notable increases, signaling stronger investor confidence. Financial experts note that the rebound reflects investors' resilience despite ongoing macroeconomic challenges, including inflationary pressures and currency volatility. With this positive movement, market watchers expect sustained momentum if macroeconomic indicators stabilize and corporate earnings continue to beat expectations. Well, this is what we will be spotlighting this morning on the Business Money. And joining us to analyze this topic is Mukhtar Mohammed, is the founder of Finance with Mukhtar, is a personal finance platform established to help people grow and change their mindset on finance. Is also an international finance and economic analyst in major platforms across Africa. Welcome to the show, Mr. Mohammed Mukhtar.
Thank you. Good morning, Elizabeth. My pleasure to be on your
Thank you very
program.
much for joining us this morning. It's good to have you. I hope you are not so affected by the rain. Certainly you are at home, but I hope it doesn't affect you in any way this morning.
No, not at all.
Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the conversation today. Really, what were the key factors behind the 986 billion naira rebound in market capitalization, and how sustainable is this rally in the near term?
Well, for the key drivers of that, investors are seeing opportunities to get some value stocks, some fundamental stocks with good numbers. I think that's what drive the kind of recovery you saw yesterday. You saw that in virtually every major sector, the banking sector, the industrial goods sector, and the oil and gas sector. So what you saw yesterday was just investor sentiment, especially in the banking sector. When you look at some of those key drivers in the banking sectors, you look at the tier one banks, and investors are seeing a good entry point, especially with price, and compared to what we had at the end of last week. So I think it's a good entry point that investors were looking at for stocks like Zenith, Access, GTCO. When you look at the fundamentals, and you have to look at these three banks that they've already beat the recapitalization drive in the tier one bank, and also we're expecting interim maybe half-year report that will lead to interim dividend payment. I think investors are beginning to factor in that and beginning to take position. Will this be sustained? It's very difficult because, again, sustainability in terms of price movement in the market has been a big challenge, and that is largely driven because of we have more of retail investors playing the market than what we used to have institutional investors that are in there for the long term. So it is all a most likely a trader to an investors market, and it seems these days in the Nigerian market, the trader seems to take the day because everybody's looking at profit taking, after one or two stocks have gained, they want to take profit. And you won't blame them because, again, a lot of them that used to play the fixed income space, which sometimes goes for 6 months, 3 months, and now in the equity market. So they are not used to being there in the long term. So you are seeing that playing out. So sustainability in the long term is depending on a lot of variables, like macroeconomic variables, monetary policy, stability of the naira. Will we get new investors coming in? We have foreign portfolio investors. Those are what will play out going forward.
Really, Mr. Mukhtar, what extent was this rebound driven by bargain hunting versus long-term investor confidence in Nigeria's equity market? Could you shed more light on that?
Now, what we have in the market, we have bargain hunters, they are there. Then we have long-term drivers. Now, if you look at the market, you realize that bargain hunters are always playing the insurance space because they see value there. And currently, with the recapitalization drive, a lot of bargain hunters are there. So bargain hunting is part of the market, and long-term investors are those that go for the fundamentals. And that's why you see that a lot of the investors, the sentiment that you see are on the fundamental stock like the Zenith Bank, GTCO, Access Bank, UBE, and also Wema Bank. And so those are where you see fundamentals. When you look at the bargain hunting, you could see it's not that they don't have fundamentals, but there's room for growth. I'm looking at the financial sector. You look at a lot of them are playing FCMB because they feel that the potential of FCMB has not gotten to its peak, and also Sterling Bank. So those are where the bargain hunters are. Then for the long-term investors, they are pushing their 10 in the strong first-tier banks, and those banks that are perform rating very well, either in terms of interim dividend payment and in capital appreciation.
And what we've also seen is that the banking, oil and gas, and industrial goods have led this rebound. Do you see these sectors actually sustaining this momentum, or would you say this is a temporary surge?
Okay, let's look at these three sectors. Let's dissect them. You look at the banking sector. Yes, the possibility of sustainability in the banking sector is high, but it depends again. We are waiting for the approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria over their half-year result. If that approval is done and most of these banks are able to pay interim dividends, like what every investors expect, that could be a key driver going forward in the market, especially with the banking stock. Remember, we have the forbearance issues that we're made to understand that most of these banks might not be able to pay dividends. And then all of a sudden that changes within 3 months and they are paying dividends. Then you see that reflect in the market price. Don't forget also we have the recapitalization drive that will end sometime in March. That also will be where investors will be putting their eyes on. Presently now, we still have the right issue of UBA ongoing, and we still expect order of them to come to the market before the end of this year. That could be what will drive that sector in the long term. And in the short term, I think that approval for dividend payment could be a game changer. Now, you look at the industrial good with the report that were out today by yesterday by MBS, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, tells you that inflation is trimming down. And so when inflation comes down, what it means is that a lot of Nigerians will have money to begin to buy consumables. That means their money will be able to go far. And so that also could play a positive effect on the industrial goods sector. And if you look at the oil and gas sector, we've maintained stability in that space. We've seen that a lot of bargain hunting activities in Arade. And this is due to the fact that we've seen oil price stabilize. We've seen reduction in terms of oil theft. We've seen policy that will drive that sector in play. So investors also are looking at the short and to the long term queuing in. So definitely, when you look at those three sectors, the banking sector, the industrial good, the oil and gas sector, you are definitely confident that in the near and the future, they have very strong fundamentals.
Thank you very much for breaking it down across the sectors from banking to oil and gas. But let's talk about foreign participation now. How has foreign investor participation been shaping current market performance, especially in the light of FX volatility and also the repatriation concerns?
For me, I'm excited when the locals are playing the market. I keep saying it. And I was excited, especially when you see that a lot of locals are really helped the market to where it is today. And so that for me is the excitement I get. Foreign investors, yes, they are trickling in their numbers, definitely. And like I said, when I started, they seems to be the one that sustain the bullish ones. But sometimes also they are the one that drive the market down, especially when external issue come, low oil price, FX shortage. They seem to want to exit almost at the same time, and that cause normally have an impact on the market, and this impact is negative. So yes, we are getting there. We are seeing that influence, especially from Nigeria and the diaspora, and playing the equity market and also playing in other sectors, and that has helped stabilize the exchanges. So we expect that we'll see inflow of foreign investors, especially if we see that most anticipated rate cuts in the United States of America. A lot of investors will be looking at Nigeria. But again, you also expect rate cut from Nigeria. So, but you see a lot of investors, rather than going to the fixed income space, they might be playing the equity market. When you look at what is the kind of reforms that are happening in the insurance sector, that is happening in the banking sector, definitely expect foreign investors to play that space. So we're expecting them to come, but as it stands now, I think local investors have been able to hold the market to where it is, and that's why you are not seeing those kind of volatility that you normally would have gotten if we all have these foreign investors, especially when we have that huge volatility in the exchange rate. But there's always a challenge because, again, most of the locals that are playing the market are retail investors, and that's why you don't get that long momentum in terms of bullish ones. So what normally happens to the markets is that when you have the foreign investors, they normally help sustain a longer bullish ones.
All right. And with this inflationary pressures and naira fluctuations still present, what are some of the risks that could reverse these gains in the coming weeks as we look ahead?
You and I know the risk. One of the risks is if we have these issues of oil price, no two-way assistance, or our reserve goes down, definitely that's high risk. But again, you also have to look at the oil sector don't seem to be the only one driving Nigerian FX inflow these days. We are beginning to see the non-oil sector. So, and if that sector is able to improve, definitely we won't see the kind of shock that we normally get. But I think one issue we need to watch out for is stability in terms of the FX. So you read out, I think there's been a lot of stability in that space. Even at the close yesterday, we got that the naira exchange for 1,495 naira in the market. So definitely that shows that we are moving towards stability. You need to understand that a lot of people want to play the market, especially for investors, but they were scared of the exchange rate entering at 2,000, exiting at 2,500. But now there seems to be a little bit of stability. That corridor stability is maintained. So you see them pleased to come in. But if that corridor stability has any external shocks, then definitely the gain that we are seeing now will elude us in the shortest possible time.
And if we're to look at policy influence this morning, what extent are the recent government or central bank policy moves, what extent are they influencing investor sentiment on the NGX?
Well, for the central bank, you've seen those positivity, especially in the banking space. The recapitalization, it has really helped confidence in that space. You saw how those stocks have moved from where they were to where they are now. And you can see this inflow of investors, especially during their right or public offer. So definitely that policies I've seen is those are CBN-driven policies that have seen the impact on the market. But again, the impact, the negative impact is what we have seen that was responsible for the kind of losses we suffered 2 weeks ago and last week, whereby some of these banks started coming up with report telling investors that they are still waiting for approval from the CBN. I think that also is a policy that they need to look on how they can get banks' result approved in time for investors to take position. But by and large, I think their decision has really helped the market, especially in the area of recapitalization, in the stability of the FX market also. That have drives in trickles of foreign investors and expecting more to come in.
Mr. Mukhtar, how much of this rebound is linked to expectations from upcoming corporate earnings season, and which of these companies are most likely to drive the further upside?
Elizabeth, when it comes to the Nigerian equity market, when the banking sector sneezes, the market shake. So definitely, you could see, like I said, you could see the gainers yesterday, you could see the banking sector leading, because a lot of investors are looking forward to that interim dividend payment. In Nigerian market, dividend is king. A lot of investors see dividend as a king, especially when you have challenges in terms of liquidity, economic challenges. So they see dividend as king. So definitely, that is going to drive a lot of positivity into the market when those results come, and you've seen the expectation, you've seen the price movement there. Also, we expect that the industrial goods will given us the half-year return. We are looking forward to the year, the third quarter return. MTN, Nigerian, especially telecommunication space, we are looking forward to get those results. Those are part of the positivity that we expected, and that will drive price. But the key driver of price at the moment is the banking sector, especially the tier one banks.
Interesting to hear that. But how about the retail investors themselves? Are they also actively benefiting from this rebound, or is it largely dominated by institutional flows?
No. I think the retail investors are really benefiting from it. Like I said, we don't have so much of institutional flow, and that's why we've not been able to see the kind of capital gain that we normally would have seen if we have those long-term institutional investors playing the market. So definitely, I can tell you that with the kind of price oscillation that you see in the market, it's largely driven by retail investors. Today they are in, tomorrow they are planning to take profit. And they are not, they are again, when you look at this season that we are in, for retail investors, it's a season of commitment to pay school fees. And a lot of them are also looking at that space. And again, coupled with the fact that dividends that were not declared in time, like what they normally would have experienced. So a lot of them are benefiting from that movement, either by selling, or they are looking for a good entry point by reshuffling their portfolio.
Right. And Mr. Musa, I'm very sure that you and I don't want this to be short-lived. We want market stability. So what measures really should regulators and the NGX put in place to ensure that this rebound actually translates into long-term market stability rather than something that is short-lived?
Yeah, we need to look at corporate earnings. You have to give it to the NGS. The NGS have made provision for that. And sometimes it's not in their hands, especially when you look at the financial sector, the banking sector and others that need to get approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Before those results will be approved, I think they need to look at that and see how they can work together with the Central Bank of Nigeria. I think what we need to see to continue the kind of runs that we are seeing, the sustainability we are seeing in the market, is for us to make sure that corporate governance is adhered to, results are released at when due, and also principles that regard to trading and selling is also improved. And that's why I'm excited with what SEC is doing about it. Instead of having 3 days, we're now having 2 days. All that also will boost investor confidence. I think they're already doing that, just that they need to do more, especially in their collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria as regard financial servicing company releasing their results in time.
And looking beyond this rebound, because we have to let you go now, what is your outlook for the Nigerian equities market through Q4 2025, and where really should investors position themselves?
Q4 2025 will be very, very exciting, especially at the end of September. We expect to see those results. Any moment from now, we have to see those results from industrial goods, from the telecom sector, from the insurance sector, from the banking sector half year. Some of them are already giving up their half year results, those that are not paying interim dividend, and they have been impressive. And so you shouldn't forget the recapitalization drive of the insurance sector at the end of this month. We will hear from their regulators the plans of each of these insurance company that will drive fourth quarter. Third quarter, second half year result normally determine the movement in the financial sector going to the year end. You shouldn't forget that at the end of this third quarter, what is left is just 6 months before the recapitalization. That's a key policy that will drive. We have seen inflation stable. That's another key policy that will drive industrial good and consumer goods sector. So I'm optimistic. If you look at the macroeconomic indices, it's not as volatile as it used to be. You could think that rates either go down or rate being maintained. So that also is a positivity to the industrial goods sectors and to cost of funding also. So first quarter, I think I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it, and I expect it to be positive. And the physical side are driving up policy that are making companies to recover, especially the FX challenges. So fourth quarter will be very excited, but it largely will be determined by what we see in the third quarter. And if what we see in the half year from the industrial group, from the telecom, is anything to go by, we expect that the first quarter will be back. Then for the banking sector, the tier one bank, like I said, we are waiting for them. And once those results come and they are positive, that have an impact on the fourth quarter. So for me, where I'm sitting here, I think a lot of positivity to look forward to towards the fourth quarter.
We'll hold on to your words and hold on to the positivity, just like you said. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, for joining us today on Business Morning.
Thank you for having me, Elizabeth. My pleasure always.
Thank you very much. We'll be speaking with the founder of Finance with Mukhtar. It's a personal finance platform established to help people grow and change their mindset on finance. Thank you very much for joining us. Up next is still Business Morning, but stay with us. We'll be on a break and we'll be right back.
insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stanbic IBTC here with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obunna. On this day in 1908, General Motors Corporation was founded in Flint, Michigan by William C. Durant and Charles T. Watt Mott. The company, also known as GM, was one of the world's largest manufacturers of cars and trucks. Most notably, the company manufactured Buick, Cadillac, Chevrolet, Pontiac, and Hummer brand cars. General Motors Companies has a market cap of over $55 billion as of August 29, 2025. Its market cap has increased by 13.81% in 1 year. And on this day in 1963, Malaysia was created. Malaysia is a federal constitutional monarchy in Southeast Asia, consisting of 13 states and 3 federal territories split by the South China Sea into Peninsular Malaysia and East Malaysia on Borneo. Its capital is Kuala Lumpur, while Port Raja serves as the administrative center. With over 34 million people, Malaysia is the 42nd most populous country and is home to a multi-ethnic, multicultural society where Malays, Chinese, Indians, and indigenous peoples coexist. The nation, once under British colonial rule, gained independence in 1957 as the Federation of Malaya and later became Malaysia in 1963, though Singapore left in 1965. Malaysia has a tropical climate, rich biodiversity, and a Westminster-style parliamentary government led by an elected monarch and a prime minister. The economy, once resource-driven, is now diversified into manufacturing, tourism, and Islamic banking, with a GDP of about $480 billion nominal and $1.4 trillion by PP, that is, the 31st largest in the world. It is a major exporter of palm oil, petroleum, and high-tech goods, while also being a leading tourism destination in Asia. Malaysia has modern infrastructure, including extensive road, rail, and port networks, and strong telecommunications. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Welcome.
Welcome back. This is Business Morning right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Nigeria's food culture is no longer about taste. It is fast becoming a serious business opportunity, with food tourism emerging as one of the most promising niches in the country's travel and hospitality sector. Across the globe, culinary tourism is valued at more than $800 billion annually, with travelers increasingly seeking authentic food experiences as part of their journeys. Nigeria, with its rich culinary diversity from jollof rice rivalries to signature dishes like suya, amala, tuwo, shinkafa, and fisherman soup, is well positioned to cash in on this trend. Now, food tourism in Nigeria goes beyond eating. It is an economic ecosystem with restaurants, hotels, street vendors, farmers, food processors, and tour operators all potentially beneficiaries. Organized food tours, cooking classes, and food festivals such as the GTCO Food and Drink Festival in Lagos already attract thousands of participants annually, generating significant revenues and visibility for local businesses. However, the buzz around Hilda's Jollof has inspired food festivals and culinary pop-ups and tourism campaigns, creating opportunities for restaurants, local farmers, and event organizers. Now, analysts argue that if harnessed strategically, such culinary icons could help Nigeria tap into the $800 billion global food tourism market. Well, joining us to give us more insight on food tourism is Mr. Ayodele Adio, is the MD of Adio Strategy and Communications, is also a politician and a tourism expert who works across Africa. Welcome to the show, Mr. Adio.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be on.
It's very good to speak to you this morning. Now, we know that Hilda Bass's jollof rice has attracted global attention. How really can Nigeria leverage such moments to brand its cuisine as a global product? Because there have been conversations about the fact that while this gained much global attention, there have been conversations about the fact that we could have done more to actually latch in on the opportunity that the platform gave her. So what do you think?
Well, firstly, I must commend the magnificent efforts of Hilda, who has put not just her name and her brand on the global map, but also has put Nigeria and Nigeria's food and culture, on the global map. And that's a significant feat that always helps to boost, local tourism or food tourism, like you rightfully and aptly, talked about in your introduction, being an $800 billion global industry. So with Hilda's magnificent effort, we've been able to bite, the first slice out of that market share. And what we do after becomes a lot more consequential because we've gotten the global attention after which every other thing can be built upon. So, the fact that now people know about Jollof globally, the fact that the new record has been broken, the fact that people were watching from across the globe sort of stimulates an interest in what this whole Jollof frenzy is about. And perhaps that, also makes a lot of curious tourists want to come and try, what this Jollof rice is about. And when they get on the plane and get into Nigeria, it means business for hoteliers, it means business for transporters, within the local economy. It also means business for restaurants, for people who sell drinks, for nightlife, and all of that. And so you can see that the value chain is humongous, just simply by telling a brilliant story about Jollof or about a brilliant story about food. So I think that this is that, and what we do after this, becomes largely consequential. But I think that the most important thing here, is the fact that I think that the idea that we have to wait for government to take the first step, or you have to wait for government to be visionary, or that you have to wait for government to carve the path. I think that Hilda has just squashed it and using her, audacious dream and her vision to put Nigeria's food and culture, on the global map. It's left to be seen what we do after that, and after all this attention that we have garnered from this incredible feat.
Right. And we also know that West Africa has a long-standing jollof rice rivalry between Nigeria, between Ghana, between Senegal. But how can Nigeria position a version as a cultural export and differentiate it on the international food stage?
Storytelling is everything. The way you tell your stories and the way you position yourself, especially in the global community, is what will be the major differentiating factor. And so it's important that we begin to tell better stories of our culture, better stories of our people, better stories of our cuisine. And that ability to control and shape the narrative is what will arrest the curiosity and the imagination of people across the world. And that's why they become curious about your country, they become curious about your food, and they are tempted to want to try to visit your country. So I think that the most important factor, the most important element here is our ability to tell the kinds of stories that will arrest the imaginations of people across the world. And it's those who tell better stories that will be able to gain global attention. And of course, you know that the most important real estate in the 21st century economy, especially in a world powered by AI, is attention. And once you can grab attention, it's more valuable than any real estate that you can get. So I would wager that what we need to do is to find very interesting ways of telling our stories, of shaping narrative, of branding ourselves better, and exporting this carefully curated narrative into a targeted audience across the world, and you'll see magic follow.
Right, and we've certainly gained the attention of on the global stage, certainly with especially with Hilda Bassi. But beyond Hilda Bassi, really, what are some of the specific investment opportunities that exist for entrepreneurs in food tourism? I mean, from packaged Nigerian meals to culinary tours, what are these investment opportunities?
I mean, there's a huge amount of investment opportunities for Nigerians. Now, Nigeria, for instance, has a very huge diaspora community across the world. While on the one hand, it's a bit of brain drain for the Nigerian economy, but on the other hand, it presents a huge market opportunity, especially for a lot of Nigerians who are nostalgic about their home. They miss their food, they miss their culture. They are longing to taste pepper soup. They want to eat boli and things like that. And so entrepreneurs who are able to set up local restaurants across the world to serve, the huge diasporan market, I think will be able to find a cash cow in that particular niche. And I must say that there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are already doing this, whether it's in London, whether it's in Alberta, across the world. In Houston, in Texas, you have Nigerians setting up local restaurants to sell amala, to sell boli, and things like that. And that really and truly creates a huge market opportunity because the nostalgia, the fact that you miss home, the fact that you miss the food that you're used to, helps these entrepreneurs to place a premium on Nigerian food, the global market. So that is one huge investment opportunity, for entrepreneurs who are trying to play in the space. Of course, there's also several other, investment opportunities for entrepreneurs. We have a food, what I'll call a food content market that is, burgeoning in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Many of them have become celebrities, if you check. People who are, talking about various Nigerian recipes and things like that. Again, because, like I mentioned earlier, because of the huge diasporan market opportunity that Nigeria has, there are a lot of Nigerians who were not born in this country, but they were born to Nigerian parents who want to try out Nigerian meals, and they hook up to all these food channels, all these content creators who are doing brilliant work on curating how people can, do some of this food in their kitchen or in their homes, and a lot of people are making headway from that. So the opportunity is humongous, and I'm sure that entrepreneurs who have a savvy eye of recognizing opportunities are capitalizing on many of these things. And I just would like to see more of these things happen, so that Nigerians can, create wealth for themselves, lift more people out of poverty, and create jobs and opportunities for the huge young population that we seem to be churning out every year.
Right. I like how you said creating wealth and opportunities for this young population. But let's talk about, from your point of view as a media analyst, how really should Nigeria's tourism boards and our government agencies, how can they integrate the jollof effect into our national food tourism campaigns?
I mean, it's interesting that you are assuming that we have a national food campaign or some sort of strategy that we need to integrating. I think that's the fundamental problem that we have. We don't seem to have a coherent tourism strategy as a country, and that seems to be our Achilles heel. We're just stumbling and meandering through it. It's just like a blind bull in a china shop. So we just we're not just coherent about the strategy that we're pursuing, particularly with regards to tourism. And that's the first step that we need to take. We need a coherent national strategy of how we want to position ourselves in the global community of nations. And that way, once we have that strategy, we can then begin to imagine, the other pillars that will anchor this particular strategy, whether it's storytelling, whether it's human capital development, what kind of partnerships do we want to explore, what kind of market opportunities do we want to sort of sell to the global community, and exactly what our positioning will be, whether continentally or internationally. So all of these things starts with having a coherent national tourism strategy. There's a lot of talk shop about tourism in this country. There are tens and hundreds of events talking about tourism's or Nigeria's tourism potential. But what is grossly lacking is that coherent strategy, that carefully coordinated plan, whether it's from the federal government in collaboration with 36 of national governments, or whether it's even the 774 local governments across the country. So you just don't see that happening at scale. And except and until we do that, we're going to struggle to make headway. There's a whole lot of destinations to explore in Nigeria. There's a whole lot of attractions, that it's magnetic for people, and that will drive excitements for people across the world. But people are not telling stories about these places. And the reason people are not telling stories about these places is largely because people do not know these places exist. And it's largely, again, because government hasn't created the kind of access that you want to these kinds of places. And so the tourism sector in Nigeria has largely been private sector driven, whether it's Eco Hotels that's doing its tropical Christmas wonderland that is attracting diasporans from across the world on a 10-day staycation event, or whether it's brands like Jara Beach who are selling the kinds of experiences that they're doing. And you can go on and on and on and on. You'll see that it's largely private sector driven, and there isn't a carefully curated narrative, because that's when you start to ask the questions, how easy it is for it to get a visa to Nigeria. That's when Nigeria starts to also sit on the table and put together various African countries to say, how are we going to ease travel across the continent so that it's easy for us to get on a plane from Kigali and visit Lagos without any hassle. It's easy for you to move from Ouagadougou and visit Abuja. It's easy for you to move from Rwanda. And once you can deal with travel, and that requires a lot of leadership, you will ease the problem, of visiting your country. But it has to start from a national strategy, which lowers the barriers of entry into your country, which makes travel a lot more seamless, cheaper, and affordable. And then you have a carefully curated narrative that you can propagate, across the world. And that way, we can start, to make significant progress.
One thing that you've said, which I hold on to, is you've really hammered on a proper tourism strategy. But let's now talk about professionalizing the industry, which is something that I think is lacking, from culinary schools to chef collaborations and food innovation hubs themselves. How do we actually professionalize this industry?
So again, you already have culinary schools in Nigeria, right? I mean, I know one in Bagada, I can't remember the name off the top of my head,
Red Dish,
who are producing fantastic and wonderful chefs, right? Take that again.
Red Dish.
Fantastic. You have brands like that who are training and fantastic chefs. You have tourism schools where people go to learn, get or earn degrees in hospitality and tourism. You also have training academies where people who want to work in hospitality are trained and are certified to work in that industry. The problem, however, which also goes back to the very foundation, is that there isn't a level of seriousness towards harnessing the potential of tourism in this country. Now, if we're serious about it, and if we're serious about harnessing its potential, its ability to create jobs, its ability to add significantly to the economy, what we will do is that we'll place a premium on human capital development, which means the quality of faculty in many of these schools will significantly improve. You would have better teaching staff, you would have better equipment, you would have better support for research and development, you would have better oversight from the government, whether it's federal or state government. We'll take internships a lot more seriously so that we ensure that the quality of graduates that we're producing are not just holding certificates, but they're able to translate their knowledge into the market. I give you an example. Across the world, especially in Western countries, they take very seriously hiring maids or nannies from the Philippines. There's this idea that, especially around home care, there's no other country or group of people or persons that do it better than the Filipinos, right? And you have a lot of middle income or high income families in the West who go through the hassle of trying to bring in nannies all the way from the Philippines. Now, the country in itself, recognizing this opportunity, has sort of formalized the process of building on that strength, building the capacity of people to improve their ability to manage homes, childcare, and things like that. And are also now setting up agencies and coordinating the movement of this human capital from their country to more richer Western nations. And that way, they are earning billions and billions of dollars in repatriations, which has significant impact for their local economy. And that's just exporting nannies, right? So you have to, branding is all about positioning. The world has to know you for something or a set of things that they are likely not going to find anywhere else. So once you think about experiencing Nigeria, how are we positioning ourselves right from the airport? Because again, like I said, if you take this industry very seriously, it means you're going to even train the taxi drivers that chauffeur people from the airports to their hotels, right? Because you want the experience to be end-to-end, starting from the airports when these visitors touch base in Nnamdi Azikiwe or in Murtala Mohammed, down to the hotels where they'll be staying for 3, 4, 5 days. Because you understand that somewhere at the back of your mind, once a traveler is comfortable and his experiences with the people that he interacts with are not only joyous but wholesome, it makes it easy for those people to make investment decisions in your country because it feels like home. So you just need this, it has to be a 360 degree that starts with human capital development, that improves experiences across board. And until we have that sort of bird-eye view on the industry, we're just going to be scratching the surface. Because like I said earlier, at the moment, what you see is just passion from certain quarters, selling businesses, recognizing market opportunities, entrepreneurs taking advantage of little gaps, and sort of creating value in those tiny spaces. But there isn't yet a coherent strategy. And without that, the country will struggle to maximize the benefits from this industry.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodele Adio, for sharing those rich insights on how to tap into our food tourism sector right here on Business Money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Well, this has been Business Money right here on bdtv Breakfast Show. Up next is Big Story. Do stay with us.
Insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys, the Allah. All the ladies, the Allah. your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story where we turn a spotlight this morning on a major shakeup in the global energy industry. All majors from Chevron to BP are slashing jobs, freezing investment and putting drilling on pause. Crude prices, once soaring after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have now halved, trading just under $66 a barrel. Analysts wonder it could fall even further below $60 with ripple effects that could last 4 years. Now, from the shale fields of Texas to the oil rigs of the Middle East and the offices of London, Kuala Lumpur and Lagos, the message is the same. The boom cycle has ended, and at least for now, we'll say, with capital spending declining, workers losing jobs and countries like Nigeria facing fiscal strain, the big question this morning is, what does this retrenchment mean for the future of global oil and for economies heavily dependent on petroleum revenues? Well, joining me to unpack this and so much more is Dipo Oladende, is the head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk. Welcome to the show, Dipo. Hi, Dipo, if we can hear you, so we might need you to unmute your mic, please.
Yeah, hi. Good morning.
It's good to have you, Dipo. Let's really talk about and start with the big picture. Why really would you say oil majors are pulling back on drilling and investment now?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here again. So, I think what we've noticed is the fact that capital spending on oil and gas production has dropped. $41 billion US dollars. This is the first major decline since 2020, and this data was published by McKinsey. So what we're seeing is there's been a drop in capital projection for oil and gas projects. A lot of companies are reducing their drilling sites and their oil exploration plans. This is as a result of the movement in global oil prices. So oil prices, the outlook at the beginning of the year was the fact that as of September, oil prices should be over 80%, $80 per barrel. So what we've noticed now is we're currently seeing it in the region like $60 to $63 per barrel, which is affecting a lot of companies' ability to spend going forward. So what we've noticed as well is a lot of banks that are promised to give out loans for oil and gas projects are currently taking a back foot, are currently rethinking that position as a result of oil prices. Excuse me. So, I mean, this is the major reason, and then of course, knowing the fact that OPEC oil producing countries are all also increasing supply to the markets. So we are currently witnessing a bit of glut in the market because a lot of countries are currently producing at their full capacity. So that means there is excess supply of products, and in the normal law of economics, once supply is excess, the prices are bound to drop, which is what we are seeing currently in the markets.
Before we continue, could you please please turn on your video so we can have you on video, because we've been hearing you, but we've not been seeing you. Well, crude prices also, we've seen that they've dropped sharply since their 2022 highs. How much of this downturn is about the OPEC Plus strategy versus the weaker global demand?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. So what we've noticed in terms of demand as well is the fact that the current demand you're seeing is still peculiar. It's not a surprise because in times like this you expect increase because in summer periods and not harvest period. And so a lot of the local countries right now demand of energy as a result of due to so many reasons, right? So, I mean, demand is always expected. I think the biggest challenge we face is supply. OPEC Plus countries as well are also, they had an agreement last month to increase supply to the markets. I mean, this is also, all of this is definitely have an effect on price because, like I mentioned earlier, once supply is in excess, what we're going to see is prices will probably fall. Another major thing that is driving supply, and the case may be now, we've seen the likes of Saudi Arabia and the likes of Iraq and other major oil producing countries scale up oil production. So what they've been able to do is they've been able to revise some of the idle gases, and they've been able to boost production back to their peak levels, not since the beginning of the year. And so all of this is causing supply into the market. So that's the major responsibility for falling price. And of course, it's also having a multiplier effect on drilling plants for oil and gas.
A sweeping job cuts over time now. We've seen thousands of workers across Chevron, across BP, ConocoPhillips, even Petronas. What does this tell us about the health of the industry?
So the health of the industry is always vulnerable to crude oil prices. So all of these are not completely shocking for anyone who has been in the sector for more than 2, 3, 4 years. So what we've seen in times like this is they'll probably reduce drilling plan now, and then scale up drilling plan again when prices go up. So it's not a new phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that we've had to contend with. I mean, the oil and gas sector is very, very versatile sector. So volatility is the name of the game. So how you're able to navigate the wind during this volatility period, it will show how resilient you are and how you are able to compete and break your peers. I mean, nobody is new to volatility for oil prices. This is why companies respond to it differently. Some companies will respond by cutting jobs. Others will respond by basically maintaining status quo and taking heavy debt, which they will offload when they are making excess money from crude oil. So again, different companies manage these things differently. For some, their loan due to definitely go up. For some, they need to reduce their current expenditure. For some, beyond just tickets, they need to take more loans in order to adjust for any of the inconveniences they are currently facing. So, I mean, all of these things are not new for anyone who's playing the oil. I think the big boys are used to it. The ones who are not vulnerable, the small companies who are not used to this kind of volatility. And so for companies like that, it's very strong.
We're also seeing that some companies are outsourcing and they're leaning on automation, even AI. They're also leaning on AI to cut costs. Do you see this as a long-term structural shift or just a temporary survival tactic?
So whether they are volatilities or not, I think AI is competing in every sector of global economy. So there is AI in almost everywhere. AI is attacking publishers, who are attacking those of the fintech. AI is attacking every major sector of the economy. So AI is something that is trying to stay, and it's something that will continually be running going forward. So whether we see volatilities like this or not, my view is AI is always going to compete and always going to give everyone discount for their money. It just depends on how you're able to adjust quickly, or because again, if you don't innovate, it probably fails out. So a lot of companies are definitely innovating, and the oil and gas companies are not like that. So it's just a major coincidence that we are seeing this kind of volatility times in the exact time prices are dropped.
Right, Dikpo, we just need you to please put your audio up a bit so we can hear you a bit louder, because we can hear you clearly now. While we move on, really, what does this retrenchment mean for Nigeria? Because we know that we are heavily reliant on oil revenues to fund our budget. So what does this retrenchment mean for us?
Oh, okay. So is my voice clearer now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we've not seen this kind of retrenchment in the local markets. So all these developments we are seeing is currently in the global market. So we've not seen it yet in the local market yet. So the likes of Shepard, Rwanda, Thirsty and P, majority of these guys are not announced any major retrenchment or not retrenched or anyone that I am aware of or that the media is aware of. But like I mentioned earlier, majority of the local guys will probably would have edged against ones like this. So what companies usually do is to edge their oil prices.
Please carry on, Deepa. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. So majority of the oil and gas companies have probably edged their oil prices for within a certain window. So for instance, sometimes they can put their oil projection within a range of $63 to $65 per barrel. And I mean, all of this is determinants on how the company as well is able to boost oil production or how they are able to scale up their pipeline operations as the case may be. Beyond the oil and gas, a lot of companies are also investing in gas. A lot of companies are looking to power as the case may be.
All right. We're also seeing that there's an argument that cutting investment today could actually set the stage for a future supply crunch. Are you in agreement?
I can agree with the question.
We've seen that there's an argument. We've been seeing an argument that cutting investment today could actually set the stage for a future supply crunch. Do you agree with that?
No. So, I mean, cutting investment is a temporary thing. Different companies will definitely adjust when the prices are moving up again.
And given this turbulence, how are investors reacting? Could we be seeing cuts in dividends and buybacks that have long attracted shareholders to oil majors? Diko, do we still have you? All right, this is the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obunda. On this day in 1908, General Motors Corporation was founded in Flint, Michigan by William C. Durant and Charles T. Mott. The company, also known as GM, was one of the world's largest manufacturers of cars and trucks. Most notably, the company manufactured Buick, Cadillac, Chevrolet, Pontiac, and Hummer brand cars. General Motors Companies has a market cap of over $55 billion as of August 29, 2025. Its market cap has increased by 13.81% in 1 year. And on this day in 1963, Malaysia was created. Malaysia is a federal constitutional monarchy in Southeast Asia, consisting of 13 states and 3 federal territories split by the South China Sea into Peninsular Malaysia and East Malaysia on Borneo. Its capital is Kuala Lumpur, while Port Raja serves as the administrative center. With over 34 million people, Malaysia is the 42nd most populous country and is home to a multi-ethnic, multicultural society where Malays, Chinese, Indians, and indigenous peoples coexist. The nation, once under British colonial rule, gained independence in 1957 as the Federation of Malaya and later became Malaysia in 1963, though Singapore left in 1965. Malaysia has a tropical climate, rich biodiversity, and a Westminster-style parliamentary government led by an elected monarch and a prime minister. The economy, once resource-driven, is now diversified into manufacturing, tourism, and Islamic banking, with a GDP of about $480 billion nominal and $1.4 trillion by PP, that is, the 31st largest in the world. It is a major exporter of palm oil, petroleum, and high-tech goods, while also being a leading tourism destination in Asia. Malaysia has modern infrastructure, including extensive road, rail, and port networks, and strong telecommunications. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona.
Well, that's been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. I've been speaking with Dipo Oladende, the senior energy correspondent here at Business Day. But that's as much as we can take this morning. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
The National Health Finance with the reimagining of health in Nigeria, attendants, government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of Business Day, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now.
that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be paid. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we track some of the biggest stories and their reactions online. This is where we see what's trending on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me this morning is Onyeka Valentine. Onyeka, Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Bassi.
Yes.
Some Nigerians will say Hilda Bachi. I don't know what you're thinking.
They threw with
they forget that it's a what's it called name? It's a native name. I think she's from Cross River.
Wrong. It's BASSY.
So it's the BASSEY. So she, as a brand, now changes to BACI.
CI.
Yes, but it's actually BASSEY. Yes. So you know, when Nigerians see it, they just assume that it's maybe a what's it called name, some non-Nigerian, so they just assume that it's Bachi, and then I laugh when they say the Bachi. Anyway, she's done it again. Guinness World Record has officially confirmed her achievement. Weekend now. Eating it with Asun.
Now you're making it feel more
eating it with Asun, basmati rice, as a matter of fact. But let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this big deal, if you ask me. I think this one even had more. There was so much well, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that this one even garnered more attention than the cooking marathon, because cooking marathon has been done before. But the jollof rice thing, people were like, how will it happen?
It's going to work.
How will it work?
The size of the pot.
Well done to not just Hilda, well done, because it wasn't a one person's thing. There was no way she could. She had a team of chefs. And that's why we're also celebrating chefs today. The chef dummies. And like, we're celebrating all the chefs today for the amazing work. And all of the chefs that made the jollof rice thing happen. Possibly. To be honest, they should be in that record.
Well, so if I might weigh in now, don't worry, I'm not biased any longer. Don't have to eat the rice, but it's fine. In a good heart and of course in good spirit, I would say, like rightly said, it's good that they're putting us in the map there. And at the same time, it's good that we can see that she does do it alone. She carried, along with her other chefs, just to give them that platform also, which is good.
No, there's no way she could have done it alone.
Most definitely.
Platform aside.
Of course.
There's no way she would have rode.
But there's something now we're not seeing. When you want to dine with the devil, use a long spoon.
Okay.
Did I see that there? Because I noticed, they all had long spoons. Literally, they needed long spoons. Don't mind me. I'm just
so who is the devil we're dining with now?
Actually,
Hilda?
Not really. Not her. I'm talking about when you're dining with, record-breaking situation like that. Be ready to go through a lot. So you need a long spoon to win that award, to win and come out, flying high to say, look, you got that record and you broke that record. So it wasn't easy. So when I say when you're dining, so the idea of that whole thing is when you're working very hard to get something done, you'll be well prepared. So she came well prepared with a long spoon to make sure she turned, the rice at every corner. I'm just trying to feel the savvy to. You
have to give it to
imagine what's like that. I wasn't there.
Yeah, so you are trying to stir in your imagination, but it was a festival. Beyond the cooking, it's the fact that this feat, this what do you call it?
You want to call it?
This attempt. No, it wasn't an attempt because she's already won. But
before you drop your thoughts,
yes,
the business part of it is the reason why I want to talk about this, which is this. The fact that we got some business people there selling other things along that street.
Yes.
The fact that he pulled in a lot of people, that is a plus.
The economic plus cannot even be overemphasized.
Exactly.
Should we talk about transportation? Uber fares were over the roof because there were people that needed to, that day till the morning, Uber fares. So for transportation, it also helped. It also added to the pockets of the transporters, for the business people who were selling. I did mention yesterday about the lady who talked about the fact that she was on her page and she was like, God bless you, I sold that first time in my life, however. So, and it wasn't just her, because it was a full day theme. So there were people there, they had to eat. Don't forget they were waiting for the food. So people had to eat and buy food to eat.
Another thing is that, what does it now mean? What does this mean for Nigeria moving forward? It has gone beyond what we see. It's not just food that people come to eat. Of course, some people had their stomachs filled, but there's a bigger picture. The fact that in the midst of all the turmoil we are going through in this nation, in the midst of what's happening in the north area, in northeast, what's happening in the south, what's happening in different areas, the midst of insecurity, in the midst of all this, we can now say, apart from football, soccer, and and sports,
food is a universal language.
Where I'm coming from,
yes,
right? Because when I saw the social media post
and jollof rice, to be honest, not just food, jollof.
The fact that we could see different people from different ethnic groups lining up, stretching their plate to collect not just half but full plate and smile and eat at the same time means we can weigh in on that. Let's be honest. We can see that in the midst of everything, we are still one. So for me, that is something to celebrate.
There's unity in our diversity.
That's something to celebrate.
And one thing about Nigerians is that we have that sense of, we might speak different languages, we might have different ethnic groups across the board, but we do have, when we decide to unite on one thing, it's formidable. It's formidable. Do you know that even while we're trying to break this record, our brothers
of course sisters, they were kicking against,
they were also still kicking.
Let's see if they were going to
and say, and they're still saying, what's jollof? We're not doing. I'm like, Can you just rest it? Jollof rice, suya, I think those are universal languages for Nigerians.
And speaking about universal language, the fact that Nigerians in different parts of other countries actually waited to say, wow, way to go, keep on pushing, keep on,
They wish they were here.
Yes, made me believe that even though they are far away in different countries, working hard to send money back home, they wish they were here for that kind of jollof rice festival.
And you were not there. Anyway, let's move on. And you were not there. How do you feel about it? Let's see the reactions online and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. So that next time when you see an opportunity to eat free jollof at a jollof festival, like you called it, don't miss it.
Yes, I agree with you. But before we go and check those tweets or contributions online, I will say this. If for any reason, anyone who understands the economic value of this thing knows how to add value next time and folds their hand, it will be a slap on our face. Because it's opened the door now to now say, this is an opportunity for you guys to grow. This is an opportunity for us to use our philanthropic ability wisely. I think that, yes, she got all the sponsorship that she got, everything, but we should now begin to ask ourselves, do we actually have a jollof rice festival? Apart from that, to break the world record, which she did.
So what do you envisage?
So
you can start this. What do you envisage? Different people cooking different jollof, and we'll see who has the tastiest one.
Yes, the more we do it, the more we smash any idea or iota of thought in any other person's mind that they own jollof. We are the owners of jollof rice. And not the owners of jollof, we smash the record, and that record is here to stay.
The battle line has been drawn. Jollof Festival organized by Onyeka Valentine coming up soon.
Simple. There's no trying to say in the battle of horns, the snail will come. They're not snails. No. It is we are the owners of it. So we're giant of Africa.
But why are Nigerians so... I like our energy, to be honest. I like how we are very aggressive about things. What's the big deal? What if someone else wants to also latch in and say that they also hold some, they have some ties with jollof?
The big deal here is that it's the only thing that we have to hold on to. Let's hold on to it. I don't want to catch someone to say, wait a minute, okay, apart from soccer, what is it known for?
Someone else to say, you know what I mean? It's just jollof rice we're talking about here.
But it's a big deal.
Really?
Look, do you know, so likes of Steve Harvey came to Nigeria and he was shocked. He said, Nigeria is a beautiful place. Likes of there are a lot of celebrities around the world. They have the opportunity to come to Nigeria. And they say, we've heard of this, they call it jollof. They've heard of this jollof. Heard of this Gary, instead of Gary, it's Gary. And so they want to try it out. So when they now actually see homemade jollof rice made with firewood, there's a taste. There's distinctive taste. So anyways, what am I saying? Let us celebrate, let us own it, let us create activities around it. Let all those telecoms and different companies come in and say, look, every year we are setting aside 5 million naira for the person with the most, tastiest
jollof
rice.
We'll look out for that and see. I think you should champion that. I wanted us to look at some of the tweets and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online when we talk about Nigerian jollof. But I don't know if we have those tweets yet. Favor says, why don't they acknowledge our team? We already did. Let's see more reactions. Jofi GMI says, when she started this movement, a lot of Nigerians were saying a lot of things. Now that a record has been said, they're suddenly proud of her. You're not saying the truth, Jofi.
There we go.
All the people that went and rallied round. What do you mean? I think there's a problem with people that only like to pick out the negatives. So I have a problem with celebrities that will have maybe 5,000 people saying positive things, and they will just streamline to the 10 negatives. You have a problem. Ameri Oluwa says, a new world record. Another proof that if you just do something ordinary in an extraordinary way, you get recognized in a way no one else has ever been recognized before. Congratulations to Hilda and her team. Honestly, it's a team for me. Never Can says the attempt alone was very audacious. Honestly, she has such audacity. They said audacity would get you anywhere. Let's move on now. Still in Nigeria, and speaking of audacity, in Niger State, Governor Umar Bago has rolled out a controversial policy requiring religious clerics to submit their sermons for approval before preaching. Now, the government says the move is to prevent hate speech and incitement, but critics argue that it could stifle freedom of religion and expression. Preachers will now need licenses and their messages will be screened by a panel before delivery. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see screening of messages becoming a thing in Nigeria, but apparently it's a thing now in Niger State, and certainly I've been trying to wrap my head around it. So say I'm going to be a preacher tomorrow, or let's say I'm not even a preacher, I'm invited to preach somewhere, and then I'd have to write it, and then will submit this sermon for approval before preaching. Look, I don't know where you're headed with this. I don't know where the governor of Niger State, Umar Bago, is headed with it. There's some things that I don't understand why you try to gatekeep. Whatever people's beliefs are, good and fine. So, because I don't know how it will work. Who is going to be? Is it going to be like a ministry for religious whatever, or ministry for preaching? Or how does this even work?
My big question now is this: even if at all it hits the light of day, and he succeeds in making sure that they get to audit and edit sermons before the whoever it is, that's the pastor or the imam or the religious preacher, goes to the pulpit to say whatever he or she has to say. Even if they succeed in gatekeeping it, are they going to gatekeep the online? Are they going to gatekeep those people who say whatever they want to say? Call it hate speech if you like. How are you going to regulate that? You see, there's some certain things that you could move with. We get to ask a question: can we please ascertain and recheck the person's state of mind if you're well balanced? I mean, truth be told, apart from saying they want to check.
I'm now curious to know if you're one of them.
Yes, of course.
Maybe you're on the team.
I mean, apart from the fact that they want to do this, let's look at the damaging effect of it. Right? I'm not a cleric, okay?
You could be.
Well, but I'm not. So let's look at it from the holistic angle. Don't you think in trying to spite the face, you're slicing off the nose? And
how do you mean?
I will explain. So you're trying to prevent hate speech. This move alone, don't you think it will incite hatred in some people's mind?
Oh, well.
Because they'll think, wait a minute, you're trying to curb on our ability to spread the word of God. Those people who were Christians or who were Muslims, as the case may be. But I guess not one-sided, right? Because the idea is to contain hate speech. But if we're talking about hate speech in the religious aspect and religious religion in that state, what about hate speech within?
My question is it even lawful to do such a thing?
If they pass a bill, or if they pass it into law, or whatever it is, maybe that could hold water.
I don't want us to waste our time on trying to. I think that we have pressing issues.
That's what I'm heading to.
So I don't want us to waste our time, or I don't want the government to waste it. I'm not in the Niger State, but I'm also just concerned. It's just a waste of, because time is money.
They are bigger
so you're
problems.
wasting resources to start saying, oh, we're setting up this team, ministry for this, then you will now have
a building
people,
that they create for something else,
yes,
and put some people who will never have build
that you now come and submit. You drive down. Then you submit, okay, this is my preaching for Sunday. This is my preaching for Wednesday. How? Let's see some of the reactions online control, and see how Nigerians are reacting.
When human beings cannot control you, right, they're not happy. It's not about control.
Let's see the reactions on social media and see how our people are reacting to this. Nelson Collins says, Governor Bako's declaration that preachers must submit sermons for approval is not governance. It's the policing of conscience. A government that cannot regulate poverty, insecurity, or unemployment suddenly finds the courage to regulate the pulpit. Woo! Nelson, well said. Let's see more reactions on social media and see if we have more people speaking. Ifeanyi says, the same people who can't fix electricity want to edit the word of God. Maybe start submitting your government budget for approval first. Let's see if they pass. I agree. Rise Above 8 says, a sermon is only an outline point for discussion. You can't regulate what a preacher says during the sermon. I agree. I have to say I agree with all these commenters. Sadiq 90 says, I support this. There are too much preaching nowadays, both in mosques and churches, that only serves to create division. This trend needs to be properly checked and regulated. Religious scholars, both malams and pastors, are also contributing to the disunity in the country. I agree with this one because, you see, as much as we might not accept this is the real fact there. Reality has made it very clear what we're seeing, either in person or online, and what they've turned religion to in this country. Not just our country, in Africa, even in the world. Right? We're beginning to see that religion is now used as a tool for control, tool to incite, used as a tool to be able to, air your own quote unquote hate speech, as the case may be. So again, I can understand where the Niger State government is coming from. However, are they doing it in accordance with the law? Are they going about it the right way? That's another part I think we should look at. But if they think, they think it's possible that could curb hate speech and begin to put people in line, some form of order, I would say good and fine. But let's not have any sacred cow to say, oh, this one is the chief imam, or this one is the chief priest, or this one is the chief pastor. Let's don't go there. Let us go to ordinary people who are trying to strive. No, what is good for the ones below must touch the ones at the top. So this way, right, every other person will follow through and see. We might be condemning it here, or might not be in support of it. What if that would create some form of moral, standard moving forward? There could be some form of positivity there. Don't be quick to say, no, I don't like this, when you don't really know if it's going to benefit you in the long run. After all, like I rightly said, a lot of fake pastors, fake imams are also out there too, just the way you have the genuine ones. So maybe this will also help them to track, to know people who are actually registered with the association in different states, to know this person is not registered. That's why it's not coming forth with his or her own, sermon to come and say, let us scrutinize and look at it. There are a lot of people who just wake up on morning and say, let's go and open a church, open a mosque, and start preaching and start misguiding people. We want people who are actually called by, called to do that work and do it well, and not for their own personal gains. So this could also be another way to find a way to curb that area. More so, given the chance that we are in the social media age where anything you say, when you say it and how you say it, can easily be sent to the world to see, and that could influence the country negatively or positively. So in the move to brand Nigeria properly, in the move to create room where whoever is watching around the world will not see Nigeria as a joke, maybe some form of regulation should come in. So I kind of see where Nigeria State government is coming from on this matter. Right, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Monica Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
morning and thank you for tuning in to the BDTV Business News Hour. My name is Glory Brown. Let's begin with a look at today's top business headlines. Naira stability to persist over medium term as speculations declines. Dangote refinery exports 1.1 billion liters of petrol in 3 months. Food inflation drops to 21.87% in August following CPI rebasing. Agric produce raw materials double non-oil export to 18.4 trillion naira. Nigerians' food import bill jumps 33% in 1 year. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira's stability is expected to persist over the medium term as speculative activities continue to decline, according to members of the Monetary Policy Committee in their last meeting held in July 2025. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira posted a strong performance against the US dollar last week, appreciating by 0.98% week on week to close at 1,501.50 naira per dollar. The parallel markets also strengthened by 0.33%, settling at 1,535.0 naira per dollar. As a result, the official rate ended the week at 35.50 naira, or through 0.23% premium to the parallel market rate. Bola Mohammed Bello, one of the members of the MPC, said in a statement that the Naira's exchange rate has remained relatively stable, reflecting the benefits of tighter liquidity conditions, increased investors' confidence, and the effective implementation of recent adjustments to foreign exchange management framework. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, said the foreign exchange market continues to benefit from coordinated reforms that promote price discovery and improve liquidity, sustaining the stability of the market. Moving on, Nigerians' long battle with fuel shortages appear to be over as the Dangote Petroleum Refinery marks its first anniversary of petrol production with a major milestone: the export of over 1.1 billion liters of petroleum motor spirits between June and the first week of September 2025. Aliko Dangote, president and CEO of the Dangote's Petroleum Refinery, announced the development at a conference on Monday, declaring that the facility's operations have ended nearly 5 decades of recurring fuel queues across the country. Since commencing petrol production on September 15, 2024, the 650,000 barrels per day refinery has consistently supplied the domestic market while creating new streams of foreign exchange through export. Dangote revealed that the export alongside domestic supply underscored the refinery's ability to meet Nigerians' demand while strengthening the economy. The refinery, Dangote emphasized, will not compete in the retail market but remains open to partnership with stakeholders in the downstream sector. In other news, Nigerians' food inflation eased to 21.87% in August 2025, representing a 15.65% lower compared to 37.52% recorded in August 2024 and 22.74% recorded in July 2025. The National Bureau of Statistics report has revealed, according to the Bureau, the decline in the animal and annual food inflation figure is technically due to this change in the base year. The headline inflation rate also eased to 20.12% relative to July 2025, headline inflation rate of 21.88%. Food inflation on a year-on-year basis was highest in Borno, Kano, Akwa Ibom, Zamfara, Yobe, and Sokoto, recorded the lowest rise. The report showed that the core inflation, which excludes the price of volatile agricultural produces and energy, stood at 20.33% in August 2025 on a year-on-year basis. This is a decline from 7.25% when compared to the 27.58% recorded in August 2024. Still on a different note, Nigerians' non-oil exports surged to 18.43 trillion in first half of 2025, more than doubling from 8.79 trillion as year earlier, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. This strong performance helped the country record a trade surplus of 12.64 trillion naira, despite weaker crude oil earnings. The growth in non-oil exports driven by agricultural produce and solid minerals reflect Nigeria's progress in diversifying its revenue base. Meanwhile, crude oil exports fell by 3.18 trillion naira in the first half of 2024 to 24.92 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, reducing oil shares of total exports to 52.6% from 71.2%. On a quarterly basis, the trade surplus rose by 44.3% from 5.70 trillion naira in the first quarter to 7.46 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2025. Export climbed 10.5% to 22.75 trillion naira, while imports dipped slightly to 15.29 naira trillion. Analysts link the stronger outlook to reduce oil thefts now at its lowest in 16 years, crediting reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act and tighter regulatory oversight. Another development, food imported into Nigeria was 33% higher in the second quarter of 2025 compared to the same period of 2024. Recent data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that the food rose to 1.18 trillion naira in the second quarter, up from 893.25 billion naira year on. On a quarterly basis, it recorded the same spike, rising 13% from 1.04 trillion in the first quarter of 2025. The data shows that Nigerians spent 15.28 trillion naira on imports in second quarter, with food accounting for 8%, while total imports accounted for 40.19% of the total trade value at 22.75 naira, signaling a trade surplus where imports surpassed exports with 22.75 trillion naira. Commodities were mostly imported from Asia, Europe, and America. Imports from Africa countries stood at 821.41 billion naira, representing 5.4% of total imports. Imports from ECOWAS countries amounted to 390.84 billion in the period. The data further revealed that total value of agricultural goods exported within the review period averaged 1.25 trillion naira, while this is 29% more than the value last year. It is, however, 26% below the value occurred in the first quarter of 2025. To end the business news hour, members of the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee remain unconvinced about starting an easy cycle, while as inflation slowed for the fifth straight month in August to 20.12%. This position was taken before the release of the July and August inflation report, which slowed prices easing. Nigerians' inflation rate dropped from 21.88% in July to 20.12% in August. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation also fell slightly to 21.87%, offering some relief to households and businesses. Despite these gains, the CBN says it will keep the benchmark interest rate at 27.50%, warning that cutting rates too soon could reserve progress and reignite price pressure. The MPC is expected to meet again next Monday, and all eyes will be on whether the downtime trend in inflation continues stronger enough to shift its cautious stance. And before we wrap up the business news hour, I'm being joined by our in-house analyst, Joshua Bassi, to briefly discuss the Dangote refinery export of 1.1 billion liters of petrol in 3 months. Welcome, Joshua, to the Business News Hour. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So regarding the topic, what does this milestone have to do with the Nigerian fuel supply?
Yeah, thank you. For every For an average Nigerian, really, the coming on stream of the Dangote refinery is something of excitement to every Nigerian who is, because for a very long time, as you know, for a very long time, as a country, we were not able to even refine locally, despite having 4 government-owned refinery, the 2 in Port Harcourt, River State, and then the one in the Delta State, that is Warri, and then the other one in the Kaduna. I mean, for decades, these 4 refineries have practically failed us for over 30 years. I mean, despite the billions of dollars that government pump into them, the name of the turnaround maintenance, and so nothing really was coming out from these 4 refineries until the Dangote refineries came on board. Just started operation in September last year at 15. So I mean, so to hear that in just 3 months, that refinery has exported 1.1 billion liters of fuel. I mean, it's something that should be of, and every Nigerian would be happy about. Because what does that say about us is that, look, beyond the fact that we could not even produce for our own local consumption, we are seeing a refinery privately owned that has come in and is not only just producing for local consumption, it is also exporting.
Yes.
I mean, it's something that we should be proud about as a people, as Nigerian. We are proud of that. To hear that within just 3 months, June to September, they exported 1.1 billion of liters of petrol. I mean, given the fact that we were not even able to even produce for ourselves to be able to locally, we were all along importing. Yeah. But we have someone coming here and then not only producing for us to for local consumption, but also exporting. So it's something that every Nigerian should be proud to identify with. Yeah. So that's it for me.
So how can this impact the foreign exchange earnings currently? How can this impact?
In a very big way, like I said, we were all along importing. And so we were actually spending money that could have been, used to, because we had to source for, foreign exchange to be able to import, right?
Yeah, right.
And so here, we are also exporting, thereby also earning foreign exchange. Even though it's a private business, but the fact remains that the foreign exchange being earned, from the export that Dangote refinery is doing, in a way, I mean, it's also coming into the country. And so it's flowing into the economy. Yeah. That inflows, is coming into the economy. It's good for the Nigerian economy. And what this also means is that definitely there will be some, less pressure on the Naira, and then less pressure on having to source for foreign exchange to import. We are also now earning foreign exchange through this export by the Dangote refinery. Even like I said, it's a private business, but at the same time, that private business is based in Nigeria, and so the foreign exchange that they are earning is also coming to the country. So that's a good one for us as a nation. And like I said, of course, that has a way of reducing the pressure on the foreign exchange that we needed before now to source foreign exchange to be able to import. And like I said before, all along we've been importing, but now we're also exporting. So rather than just sourcing for foreign exchange to import, we are now also earning foreign exchange by exporting. So that's a good one for us in terms of
foreign
the impact on foreign exchange.
So let's look at the challenges and the sustainability. Yeah. What are the challenges you think might affect the sustainability of such exports currently in Nigeria?
Yeah, what I will see as a challenge for the Dangote refinery really is what's talk about just before now, is for the government to and I'm talking about NNPC now, to be able to supply enough crude to the Dangote refinery to keep producing. That's the major challenge that I see. Is a new refinery. I don't see any big issue around in terms of, and of course, for a man who has run successful businesses all along, I don't see issue in terms of, maintenance, which the kind of, challenge that we have with our own government-owned refinery that we could not maintain with just spending money, voting billions of dollars, and then we are without seeing anything coming out from them. This is a business that is being efficiently run. So I see a situation where they would definitely run it efficiently in terms of maintenance. Like I said, it's new, but I don't see them having a challenge of but the challenge that I see, which in a way the Dangote refinery, of course, actually trying to overcome, is that of crude oil supply, to be able to keep the refinery running. Of course, in order not to allow themselves to be limited by that, because of course, the deal that they have with the NNPC to supply, at the point we discovered that what was agreed, the quantity that was agreed to be supplied to the Dangote refineries was not being supplied, and so they have resorted to importing crude, right? So they import crude from US, they import basically from US and other places. So the challenge is to find crude to be able to refine, right? But that importing, and so in order to overcome that challenge, of course, there's also this challenge of we might have a situation where, like, we're talking about the labor and new paying workers, rising and all of that. So I think those are issues that they can always
resolve
and then talk around. So, but the other time we saw that some kind of, but that shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of exporting what they're refining, because you don't forget that the Dangote refinery is located within a free trade zone, so that in terms of exporting what it is that they have refined, there's no problem. Where a problem could come is in terms of supplying to the local market. But like I said, and I say that challenge because we could have labor movement, like we saw what New Pen, the issue they had with New Pen last week, which has been resolved. So it's only in that area you could see challenge in terms of supplying to the local market. But interestingly, don't forget what the Dangote refinery has also decided to do. Importing they're introducing CNG power trucks, tankers, what we call tankers, to be able to supply to filling station directly, just to avoid a situation where labor, tanker drivers could just suddenly
disrupt
the flow of supply to the local market. So he's already thinking ahead, so which is what is quite interesting. But I like the fact that whatever issue they had with organized labor has been resolved, and I don't see any challenge in terms of what they need to supply. So it's a good one. On a final note, I would say is a good one for Nigeria. It's a good one for Nigerians. We are proud that the Dangote we now have a refinery that is exporting crude oil. I'm sorry, that is exporting refined product. Unlike the years of Nigeria importing and then spending huge, foreign exchange importing, we now have a refinery that is, locally, producing for the domestic market and also exporting refined product, which is what we've been yearning for all along. So it's a very positive development for us in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Bassey Joshua, for sharing such a valuable insight on the Dangote refinery export of 1.1 billion liters in 3 months.
In 3 months.
In 3 months.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you for having me.
That's where we wrap up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching bdtv.
welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the market. So today we're going to be discussing on a very important subject, but before we do that, let's touch on the business news making the rounds. So we're starting with Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the market. So today we're going to be discussing on a very important subject, but before we do that, let's touch on the business news making the rounds. So we're starting with NLNG, that is now pivoting to third-party gas suppliers as its plant utilization has dropped to 60%. NLNG is increasingly relying on third-party suppliers to sustain its operations after dwindling feed gas from international oil company shareholders has slashed its plant utilization. The general manager of production at NLNG, Nnamdi Anowi, who was speaking at the Gas Tech exhibition and conference in Milan, said that divestment by IOCs like Eni, who transferred assets to Oando, has forced the company to now secure 75% of its feed gas through new gas supply agreements. A second tranche is due in October, with volumes expected to stabilize from late 2026 to early 2027. Despite operating 6 trains with a capacity of 22 million tons per annum, utilization has averaged only 60% in the last 3 years. Train 7 is under construction to expand output by over 30%, but feed gas supply still remains the core challenge. Anowi emphasized that Africa's untapped resource reserves, urging more investment in investment and offshore exploration. Nigeria's supply issues is also traced to Renaissance past underperformance. However, at the 2025 NICE conference, Renaissance confirmed that it was meeting LNG's obligations for the first time in 5 years, driven by a 40% crude output surge and new funding. The company now plans to double gas supply to 300 million square cubic feet per day and invest $15 billion in infrastructure and asset rehabilitation. Then we move on to Vest Aquico, who has petitioned SEC after a collapse of its $60.5 billion offer to Africa Capital Alliance for Cornerstone Insurance stake. Vest Aquico petitioned SEC over a disputed deal to acquire a 79% stake in Cornerstone Insurance. The Nigerian investment firm alleges that the company's major shareholders reneged on an agreed $60.5 billion transaction, despite Vest meeting all conditions, including providing a Wema Bank guarantee of the same value. Copies of the petition were sent to NINCOM, that's the National Insurance Commission, and the Financial Services Commission of Mauritius. The sellers comprising Pioneer Management and Business Ventures LLP, Capital Alliance Private Equity 2 and 3, and Mauritius-based Bank Ashore and Cap Ashore, confirmed in August that a share purchase agreement was agreed in form. However, days after Vest submitted the revised guarantee, the sellers, represented by former Industry Minister Oke Enelama, returned the document and pulled out of the deal. Vest has accused them of acting in bad faith and breaching agreed obligation. This tussle comes as Cornerstone Insurance stock trades around 7 naira 30 kobo, valuing the company at over 130 billion naira. At current prices, the disputed 79% stake is worth more than 100 billion naira, significantly above the 60.5 billion deal value. With the Insurance Industry Reform Act of 2025 requiring capital requirements fivefold, control of Cornerstone is highly strategic ahead of expected consolidation across Nigeria's insurance sector. Then we move to e-Transact stock that rose by 45% in 1 week as it top advances on positive events. Shares of e-Transact surged by 45.15% in the week ended September 12, 2025, closing at 14 naira 95 kobo to stop the Nigerian exchange advances chart. The stock opened the week at 10 naira 30 kobo and broke through its long-standing 10 naira resistance, driven by high buying pressure. Momentum was fueled by FIRS approving e-Transact as a provider for the nationwide e-invoicing rollout, reinforcing its role in the government's digitalization and tax business processes. The payment fintech reported a pre-tax profit of 2.1 billion for H1, up around 18% from 1.8 billion a year earlier. However, this is coming despite a revenue dip to 13.2 billion. However, the revenue dip was contrasted by a sharp reduction in cost of sales to 6.8 billion from 9.4 billion. That boosted gross profit by nearly 40%. The company's operating profit rose to 2.07 billion, despite higher administrative expenses, while lower finance costs strengthened profitability. As at its July 24 AGM, the shareholders of e-Transact approved raising up to 100 billion through rights issue, placement, or debt to expand capital. e-Transact stock began trading 2025 at 6 naira 50 kobo. It recorded some early weakness in the first quarter of the year, but has rebounded strongly in Q2, and in Q3 is already up by 91%, with September delivering the sharpest gains. We move to China, where the country has been seeing an economic slowdown, with that slowdown deepening in August as retail sales and industrial output are missing expectations. China's economy showed fresh signs of strain in August as factory output and retail sales slowed to their weakest level in a year, underscoring domestic demand woes and heightened calls for more stimulus. Industrial output grew by 5.2% year-on-year, missing forecast of 5.7% and marking the lowest pace since August 2024, while retail sales rose by 3.4%, cooling from July's 3.7% and falling short of expectations. Fixed asset investment also slowed sharply, expanding only 0.5% in the first 8 months, its worst performance outside of the pandemic. Economists remain split on whether Beijing must step in with fresh fiscal and monetary support to keep its 5% annual growth target on track. ING's Lin Song flagged a high probability of another 10 basis point rate cut and a 50 basis point RRR cut in the coming weeks, while another analyst said that momentum was weakening but not yet at crisis level. Unemployment and household spending remains fragile. This is as unemployment and property markets are weakening. Unemployment in the country rose to a 6-month high of 5.3% in August, while home prices fell 0.3% from July and 2.5% year-on-year, further weighing on confidence. Analysts warn that the fourth quarter could see further deterioration, with consumer loan subsidy yet to show results and fiscal support fading. Beijing has pledged to make full use of fiscal and monetary tools, but economists caution that current measures may prove insufficient to reverse the slowdown. And when we return, we'll come back with news we'll return with updates from the NGX. Back, and let's take some insight from the market activity of Friday. We look at the NGX All Share Index closing lower. There was a bit of cool off in the market after 4 consecutive days of bullish action. The NGX All Share Index slowed to around 140,000 points, shedding around 120 points or 0.09%. Despite the slight dip, the year-to-date return remains at 36.55%. Recall that in 2024, we had a full-year market return of 37%. Trading activity was robust as we saw 434 million shares exchange hands in deals worth around 16.17 billion naira. The market capitalization as of last week settled at 88.92 trillion naira. On that day, we saw Regency Alliance Insurance gain 9.93%. eTransact also gained 9.93%. Kellerams and International Breweries also. Kellerams was also a top gainer. Then we have Industrial and Medical Gases also a top gainer. John Holt also posted gains, all posting gains of 9.92, 9.91, and 9.91 respectively. On the flip side, Mutual Benefit Assurance was the top loser of Friday. They were followed by Lasaco Assurance, Dar Communication, PZ Cousins, and NGX Group all posted some moderate declines, 3%, 4% declines. And in terms of actively traded stock, NSL Tech, Secure Electronic Technology, was the most actively traded stock of the day, with 71 million units of that share traded on that day. They were followed by Access Holdings that saw around 40 million shares traded in deals worth over $1 billion naira. Sterling Holdings also recorded significant trading action. Regency Alliance Insurance and Charms were also the most traded stocks of the day. Then from the NGX, when you look at the global market, on Wall Street, Dow Jones gained 0.59. This is as S&P 500 slipped slightly. There was a slight dip, a very modest dip of 0.05% slip in S&P 500. We know that last week we saw S&P, we saw Dow Jones enter 46,000 points for the first time ever. Then it continued in that rally, gaining further in 46,000 points. On the other hand, we saw tech stocks we also saw tech stocks that defined by Nasdaq Composite advanced by 0.44% on Friday. Then in Asia, major indices closed higher. The Nikkei 225 rose by 0.89%. The Kospi index from Korea rose by 0.90%, and the Hang Seng index advanced by 0.22%. That's all we can take on the market insight. And when we return from the break, we are going to be having a conversation about the current miasma that is going on between Enugu State Government and Sujimoto. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now let's look at what is making the rounds. 2 weeks ago, we saw a situation where a prominent construction company in Nigeria we saw the news of the EFCC releasing a wanted poster for the head of a prominent Nigerian company, a prominent construction company, Sujimoto. Basically, the controversy erupted based on an education infrastructure project that was awarded to Sujimoto in Enugu State. This happened in June 2024. The EFCC accused the real estate mogul Olasijibomi Ogundele, who is of Sujimoto, accused him of mismanaging funds and abandoning projects. Let's look at this. On July 2, 2024, Sujimoto Luxury Construction was awarded a contract valued at 11.46 billion by the Enugu state government to build 22 smart green schools. The goal was to have them completed within 6 months. To kick off the work, the state government released 50% of the contract sum, this is around 5.76 billion, as mobilization fees. Fast forward to May 8 and May 9, 2025, the Enugu state government, Ministry of Works, did an inspection to the 22 sites, and it was revealed that little to no progress had been made in so many of the sites. In some, they said there was nothing beyond foundation level, and in others, they said even the basic structural works had not been done. The government officials now alleged, that there were defects in some of the sites, that the contractor employed unqualified workers, that they failed to follow the structural drawing, that they ignored repeated calls and project briefings. As the controversy escalated, the EFCC declared Sujimoto wanted for alleged diversion of funds and money laundering. And in response, Sujimoto's CEO, Mr. Ogundele, released a video statement. He denies allegations of fraud, money laundering, and even diversion of funds. He describes the issue as a contractual dispute, saying that the cost of materials, cement, labor had surged, that inflation and logistical challenges affected delivery, and that some sites faced security issues. He insisted that company's integrity remains intact. And on the show this morning, I have Kenechukwu Chibueze, who is a lawyer. He's a finance lawyer with a penchant for project and project finance law. He's also an associate with SP Ajibade & Co. Good morning, Kenechukwu.
Good morning.
We need you to be louder on this show. So, okay. So, first things first, we want you to help us explain what happened between Enugu State and Sujimoto. From your own perspective, you have quite a strong opinion on the matter.
Well, like you've rightly said, the Enugu state government awarded a contract worth 11 billion naira to Sujimoto for the construction of 22 smart green schools.
Okay.
In some local governments of the state.
Yes.
Right. So, in order to expedite the project, the Enugu state government forwarded a part payment of the contract sum, which is also called the mobilization fee, to Sujimoto, which amounted to 5 billion. And it alleges that despite this, that Sujimoto has, not done much
on the project.
But well, in the legal realm, there are some key points in this whole, in the facts which we have,
in the whole drama.
Yes. Firstly, the payment of close to half of the contract sum. I think that's a key legal point. Then also, the fact that Sujimoto, through his CEO, did not provide, as alleged, the bank account where the performance bond, a bank account in the domiciled in the bank of the bank which provided the
performance
bond. Yes.
Okay.
Then lastly, the fact that according to the Enugu state government, Sujimoto has been nowhere to be found
for since July last year.
Yes, up until now.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot to take home from the entire thing, but one question I have is, what kind of risks are commonly present in these are large construction projects? What kind of risk do you think? And there's a thing where they said they allocate risk when you have construction projects like this. How does allocating this risk help to prevent disputes like this? As we can see, there's been a breakdown of communication. There's also a situation where the state feels like they lost their money. Sujimoto feels like he's been unfairly accused. So the situation, what are the risks that are associated with projects like this, and how do you share the risk?
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. There are lots of risks that come with projects like this. Numerous risks. I would lie to you if I tell you that I can sit down here and list all of them out.
Okay.
But particular with this project, I would say there are 5 risks which come to mind. We have construction cost overrun risk.
Okay.
We have force majeure risk. we have performance risk, we also have design risk, and we also have construction delay risk. So I'm going to explain all of them to you one by one. So construction cost overrun basically means a situation where the cost of the project, as was envisaged at the time of planning the project, goes up. It exceeds what was envisaged.
Yes.
So that's cost overrun risk. This is something which is bound to happen in projects, given the foreign currency
volatility
yes,
and also inflation pressures.
Yes, it's bound to happen. Then also you have the design risk. You have designed what you want to
structure. An architect has done something magnificent for you.
Yes, you've designed what you want to construct. What if when you go on the ground, you find out that there are some parts which needs to be added?
Yes.
And it was not envisaged in the contract. Who then pays for it? Who's going to construct that? So there are many risks that come with this. So what the parties have to do, in essence, is look as much as possible into the future. Check if the possibilities of issues like this happening, right? Then when you and this is usually done by a process which we call the legal due diligence.
Okay.
So when you find out that there's a possibility of these types of risk, then you now have to allocate the risk and also mitigate the risk. Then you also have to ensure that the contract itself is back to back with any other contract which is drafted to mitigate this risk. And by mitigating risk, I basically mean enabling the parties meet their obligations. If, for instance, that during the course of the project, the construction company would need to buy, let's say, building materials, then what do you do to mitigate that risk? You enter a supply agreement.
Okay.
That's one of the ways to mitigate that risk. If you know that at many instances during the project, the constructor may need to, exchange naira to foreign currency, then you find a way to, enable it to do that whenever it comes up by, for instance, currency hedging.
Okay.
Then you also have risk allocation. You might not be mitigating the risk per se. The risk is still going to be there. So these two contracts I mentioned, which is a supply agreement and the currency hedging agreement, what they basically do is mitigate it. They reduce the risk.
They reduce the risk, okay.
Whereas risk allocation is that the risk is still going to be there, but it's going to be allocated to parties who can best handle it. So these are two different things.
So is there like the risk allocation, is there like a third party who can, is this like the arrangement for a third party, or we're talking about the, let's say, the government and the contractor right now?
Well, if for risk allocation is between the parties.
Okay.
If a third party is coming in to help one of the parties meet their obligations, then that is a risk mitigation, so to say. So for instance, risk allocation can be an instance where a contractor is engaged to construct a huge project for the government of a state, be it the local government, be it the federal government, be it the state at the state level, be it an agency, a department, whatever it is. And for a very fact that they have the ability to provide security protection more than you do.
Okay.
So what do? You don't leave that to your own. You don't leave it to your to you to do as the constructor.
Yes.
Because you can't handle that. The governments are the ones in charge of the law enforcement agencies. They could easily mobilize their men to guard the project. So at that instance, the risk of the construction of the project stalling due to insecurity will be allocated to the government, if that is envisaged by the lawyers who do the due diligence.
So in this case now, that means what we have now in this case of Sujimoto and Enugu State government. So Sujimoto is saying things like cost of materials went up, that the logistical challenges has affected their ability to deliver on the project. Who is at fault? Is it that they did not come up with a proper risk allocation strategy for this, to prevent this kind of debacle? Because this is billions of naira now hanging in the line.
Okay. I would refrain from delving into the merits of
their arguments,
of the issue. You know, pointing fingers, who is at fault, who is not at fault.
Okay.
You know, that's the exclusive preserve of the court. You know, I believe it's going to proceed to litigation. Whenever it does, the court is going to decide that. But my key, you know, issue is the fact that there were certain measures which, you know, should have been put or taken to ensure that these sort of issues do not happen. It's not rocket science. If these, you know, measures or these issues or these you know, solutions we are put into place, then the parties will not have arrived at this moment. Like you mentioned, you said that
Sujimoto is saying that they were having issues with cost of materials, cement prices went up. He used that as an excuse, that cement prices went up, that the cost of labor has surged, that they were having issues with reaching some of the sites and all of those things.
You know, just like I've earlier said, these issues would have been easily mitigated or allocated to the parties who could best handle it. For instance, the issue of foreign currency, like I told you, a foreign currency hedging agreement, you know,
would have come in place.
It's not rocket science. Then, like I said, for the insecurity, we are allocated to the state government. But then, as to who is at fault, although I said I'm not going to delve into the merits of the issue, as to who is at fault, it will depend on the terms of the contract, the construction contract itself. You know, were there milestones that
they were expected to meet?
The constructor, who is Sujimoto, was expected to meet. You know, has he met those milestones? Were there obligations on the part of the Enugu state government? Has he met those obligations? You know, these are the salient issues which may come up when they go to court.
So now let's talk about performance bond, because on this issue, one of the big topics that has been coming up on this issue is performance bond. So explain the use of performance bonds.
Okay. Like I earlier said, performance bond is one of those contracts which are used to mitigate risk in construction projects, particularly in projects involving the government. So it is the risk that a performance bond mitigates is the risk of the construction company not meeting its obligations, not building the project, you know, or meeting milestones, or building something that is substandard, you know. So basically, what it does is that the construction company will be required to enter into the performance bond contract with, be it a bank or an insurance company, who would act as surety, and you know, just the surety is basically guaranteeing that the construction company is going to meet its obligations, right? So how do they guarantee this? They are going to pay the procurer, which is the government, an amount of money in the event that the construction company fails to meet its
on this contract.
Yes.
So that amount of money, where is it coming from? It's coming from the contractor.
You know, it varies. It depends on contracts vary from by contract, right?
Yes.
So it depends on the agreement between the parties. I'm aware that at some instances, the bank might require the construction company to, you know, pay in some money. It might not be the full amount of money, the full security, so to say, which secures the construction contract. Then at some instances, it may just be that the bank will require the construction company to domicile an account in them, you know, which is going to be where the contract sum for the project will be paid into. Yes, just to monitor the construction company and how they are spending money, and then, you know, whether they are using the proceeds, the contract sum right.
Okay. So in this case now, the issues now, in this case, another third party that has stepped into the case is Jaiz Bank. It's noted that the performance bond was provided through Jaiz Bank. Do you have any understanding of what's going on? You said something around the fact that Sujimoto failed to provide the account number. Has Jaiz Bank made any statement on this issue?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any statement
from Jaiz
Jaiz Bank.
Okay.
Right. But the thing is that I would say that this is also another issue which could have been easily averted, easily avoided, right? I know that most banks require that when they provide a performance bond on your behalf, securing your a construction, when they provide a performance bond on the construction company's behalf, sort of securing the construction company's obligations under a contract, that they will usually require the construction company to domicile an account in them. And this is where the lawyers come in, right? It is not just to say that it is a requirement. The contract, the performance bond contract itself must stipulate this.
Okay.
Then also there's a very trite principle in construction contracts and private public partnership laws, which says that important terms in this project-related contracts, just like the performance bond contracts in this instance, must be back to back with the construction contract itself. And by back to back, I mean that there should be terms in the construction contract that reflect those terms in the performance bond contract. So let's say, for instance, the construction contract to say that the contract sum would only be paid into an account, of a bank which provides the performance bond. That way.
Okay, that way
there's a synergy.
Oh, so basically that means the contractual mechanism that was likely to exist in this case of Enugu versus Sujimoto is a case of there was a performance bond. That was like the mechanism that both parties had probably agreed upon as the measure of transferring risk or risk of assessment. If the question I want to ask is, what is the legal enforceability of performance bonds? Is it something that when you go to court you can tender it?
Well, at most instances, you may not even need to proceed to court. The security in the performance bond, which is the amount which the surety has agreed to pay to the employer, which is the person who engaged the construction company. The amount is payable upon call if it's a demand bond. Then if it's a conditional bond, then it is payable upon meeting certain conditions. So let's get this clear. There are two types of these performance bonds. We have demand bonds and we have conditional bonds. Demand bonds basically mean that upon demand by the employer, which is the person who engaged the construction company, the surety should pay
the bond.
The bond, yes, the security to the employer. Then conditional bonds say that upon meeting certain conditions stipulated in the performance bond contract, that the surety ought to pay the security to the.
Now there's a possibility that the employee, which is the contractor, may go to the court and try to void the terms of the performance bond. Is that a frequent occurrence?
No. What usually happens is a case where the surety would raise issues. Like in
the case of Sujimoto.
Yes, in this case. They may say that
timeline was too short.
It may not be that. For instance, in this case, the issue that the surety raised, which was Jai's Bank, the issue it raised was that Sujimoto ought to have, domiciled the project's account
in them.
Yes. So that was the issue they raised, and that is the issue they are standing on why they might not, extend or pay the security. So issues like that may come about. But if those issues do not come about, then the security is bound to be paid to the employer. The employer is the person who engaged the construction company, which is usually a government.
So now, one question I have is, when you look at this issue, you look at an issue where the state government gave 6 months for the delivery of 22 schools. Now, the issue now is speed of execution with due process. This was a large-scale construction process, relatively large scale. What do you think that, in practice, how do you balance? Let's now come to reality and say, okay, for any state that wants to engage in such projects, how do they now balance the speed of execution with following the due process in projects like this?
Okay. I would say, first of all, I would say that having projects with very short timeline is not new.
Okay.
It happens around the world as the quest for infrastructure development
happens, of course,
increases. People are trying to get infrastructures built and developed with speed.
Okay.
So it's nothing new. But when you have that desire to expeditiously execute a project, you ought to reconcile it with silent principles of construction contracts and public private partnerships, right? So one of them is that you have to space out payment of the contract sum, right? So you don't want a situation where the construction company is a bit lethargic because you have paid it so much amount of money, right?
Okay.
Or you don't even want an instance where you paid an amount of money which it does not need at that point, right? And the money may,
like 5 billion at once.
So I get that they wanted to expedite the project by paying the amount of money, to Sojimoto. I think it was close to half of the contract.
About half, about 50% of the contract sum.
So a good way to balance that would have been that you spread out the payment, but not too far. The payments could be made every 6 months, every year, right? But then,
in this case, it was they planning to be a 6-month project.
Yes, the plan is to be a 6-month project. You could say that that it will be paid monthly. It's possible. And then not just that it's going to be paid, there should be preconditions for each payment. For instance, it could be that we would have a technical inspector who would inspect if the project is moving according to
project
design and according to time, right? And if it's doing so, we are going to make the next disbursement of funds. So these are just the kind of mechanics you have to, put in these contracts to ensure that the construction company is up and doing.
Okay, thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you. I've just been speaking to Kenechukwu Chibueze Esquire, who is an associate with SP at Jibadi. We've been talking about the miasma or the debacle between the Enugu state government and Sujimoto Construction. And that's all we can take on economy and market this morning. Thank you very much for sticking with us. I'm David Ulujimi.
Fatima. Federal government suspend controversial 4% import duty levy. NASU, SANU threatens to join ASU on indefinite strike issue 7 days ultimatum. Apple loses $56.8 billion in market value after iPhone 17 unveiling. Toby Amuson wins silver at World Athletics Championship in Tokyo. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Vice President Kashim Shettima has told payment giant Visa that Nigeria is open for business as Bola Tinubu economic reforms begin to show positive results. Shettima revealed this on Monday while meeting a Visa delegation led by Tariq Mohammed, the company's regional president for Central and Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, at the presidential villa in Abuja. The vice president acknowledged that reforms introduced since 2023 have been difficult for many Nigerians, insisting they were essential and have started to work. Shettima praised Visa's growing interest in Nigeria's economy, particularly its partnership with local fintech companies, encouraging payment giants to focus on Nigerians' large population without bank accounts as it expands across Africa. Moving on, the federal government has suspended the implementation of the 4% free on board levy recently introduced by the Nigeria Customs Service on all imported goods. The decision, announced by the Minister of Finance, a coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edu, reportedly followed widespread consent from importers, trade experts, and other industry stakeholders about the levy's negative economic implications. In a letter dated Monday, September 15, 2025, an address to the Comptroller General of Customs, Wale Edun, acting in his capacity as chairman of the NCS Board, ordered the immediate suspension of the levy. The letter revealed that extensive consultations has been held with stakeholders and experts whose feedback showed that the levy would place a significant strain on trade and the economy. Still on, the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and the Senior Staff Association of Nigeria Universities have given the federal government 7 days to address outstanding demands or face an indefinite strike. The Joint Action Committee of the two unions, in a letter dated 12 September and addressed to the Minister of Education, say the ultimatum followed the government's failure to resolve long-standing grievances despite repeated reminders. The letter listed withheld salaries arrears from the recently approved 25/35% salary increment and what the union described as the unjust sharing of the 50 billion naira earned allowances as unresolved issues. And the Lagos State Special Offences Court in Ikeja on Monday granted former Central Bank of Nigeria's Governor Godwin Emefiele permission to engage forensic experts to examine WhatsApp conversations and a mobile device marked iPhone 2 tendered as evidence in his ongoing $4.5 billion and 2.8 billion naira fraud trial. Justice Rama Oshodi gave the ruling after Emefiele's lead counsel Olalekan Ojo applied for leave to allow the independent forensic expert to inspect the handset, verifying the authenticity of the extracted WhatsApp messages already admitted as exhibits. Emefiele, alongside his co-defendant Eri Omole, is standing trial on 19 counts bordering on abuse of office, receiving gratification, corruption, and fraudulent property transactions involving $4.5 billion and 2.8 billion naira. Armed bandits have abducted more than 50 people in two separate incidents in Zamfara State. According to report, the worshippers were seized during dawn prayers on Monday at the mosque in Jidantobe village, Safe local government area. A counter-insurgency publication reported that the gunmen stormed the mosque and surrounded the building, forcing worshippers out of gunpoint as captives were reportedly marched into the forest near the Gohari Aziz of Tesafe. The attacks has reportedly thrown the community into confusion and despair, coming barely a day after reports of the peace deal involving local leaders and armed groups in Katsina and neighboring states. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we head to the foreign scene. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. It's still the news at noon here on bdtv. Now, on the foreign scene, Apple has shared $56.8 billion in market value since unveiling its new iPhone 17 on September 9th, a release that has so far failed to excite Wall Street. Shares of the $3.5 trillion company slipped 1.6% between September 9th and 12th, reflecting investors' skepticism about the tech giant's largest flagship device. According to reports, the sell-off was most pronounced on September 10th, when Apple's stock tumbled 3.2% just a day after the launch announcement, while analysts say the sharp decline underscored concerns that the iPhone 17 offered only incremental updates. Also, Elon Musk has purchased roughly $1 billion worth of Tesla shares, marking his first open market buy since 2020 and signaling renewed confidence in the electric car maker. The move reportedly pushed Telsa's stock up more than 6% in early Monday trading. Musk, who already controls about 13% of Telsa, has been pressing for greater influence over the company as it champions investment in robotaxi, automation, and artificial intelligence. Its share purchases about 2.5 million shares completed Friday comes as Telsa grapples with failing scales, stiffer competitions, and the loss of the U.S. tax breaks for EVs. The board has reportedly proposed a $1 trillion compensation package that could lift Musk ownership up to 12% alongside a $29 billion interim award announced last month after a 2018 pay deal was struck down in court. Now to sports. Nigerian sprint hurdler and world record holder Toby Amuson has clinched the silver medal in the women's 100-meter hurdles at the 2025 World Athletics Championship in Tokyo. Amuson clocked 12.28 seconds to finish second behind Switzerland's Detadi Kambuji, who stomped to gold in new national record of 12.24 seconds. The Nigerian star has earlier won a semi-final heat in 12.36 seconds, setting up a thrilling showdown in the final. Meanwhile, Nigerians' medal hopes in the Tokyo remains alive through 21-year-old Ezekiel Nathaniel, who advanced to the men's 400-meter hurdles semi-finals after running 48.37 seconds. To end the news, Wayne Rooney has launched a stinging criticism of Ruben Amorim, branding him the worst manager in Manchester United history, insisting the club has regressed under the leadership. The former England captain revealed this on the Wayne Rooney show following United 3-0 derby defeat to Manchester City on Sunday, a result that left supporters leaving the away end long before the final whistle. United appointed Amorim on November 1st last year to replace Erik ten Hag, while the Portuguese coach has struggled to arrest the team's decline month after. Despite spending about £250 million on the new signings and implementing its trademark 3-4-3 system, Amorim's United continue to suffer from many of the same flaws that plagued the side in the previous campaigns. This is where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
The federal humanities continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Almajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Almajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Almajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Almajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Almajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Almajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
To me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan uwa nan garin ko?
Eh.
Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja?
Eh?
Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Miji. Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, and not but effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And Unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the street and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted.
Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV. Yes, right here. And we will be diving straight up to that which is more important, which is finding out what our industries are like today. Wonderful day, 16th of September, right here on BDTV. And of course, like usual, we dive straight up into the things that will give you more joy if you're the kind of person who has critical eye on industries. Updates on industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global. Then stay with us if you truly want to find out more, because we identify pros and cons of several industries and how the economy adds more value to the GDP, plus how it affects everything that has to do with the country, lives of Nigerians across the globe, and every other business right here. Industry Focus. Don't go away. My name is Onyeka Valentine. All lined up for you. We'll be right back. Let's take a break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And
and this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. It is still BDTV right here, giving you that which you need on industry focus. And when I started, remember I told you segments will come your way. So let me just read them out so that you know that we're here because we need business. Your business quote of the day will come your way. Then following through will be our captain's opinion with our guest, right? Ice Namdinweke. You get to find out how we plan to unpack, or rather, join us as we unpack the economic powerhouse of Nigeria's entertainment industry. And in our third segment, we will jump into Deal or No Deal, where we will discuss on how and why the federal government has decided to launch the creative economy a week that will run through. All that coming your way, but before we end, we'll also give you retrospect. There, we'll look at Nigerian entertainment industry as a major contributor to the national GDP so far. All this will run through. So let's jump straight into it and give you our quote of the day. All right? So you don't miss anything. It goes this way. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. I take it again. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment has driven growth more than oil. Not my words, but words of Mr. Oscar Onyema, the former chairman of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Now you know that entertainment can add a lot of value, and given the chance, it can bail out the country where oil might fail. But we pray it never fails. All right, so let's jump into it. We have our guest in the building. Now you have your quote. You've written that one down. Let us jump into the reason why we believe that entertainment industry is key and it's important. And I have the right man in the building to make that happen. So join me as I give you my guest in total. Mr. Ice Nweke is a multifaceted creative director, a visual artist with more than over 15 years experience leading across platform storytelling across theater, television, and live events. His work integrates illustration, animation, audio UX design, and video into immense production that redefines African performance and art. There is more. An award-winning director, dancer, and visual artist, Ice has pioneered innovative productions such as The Jewel and a whole lot of more. A lot of productions under his belt. I'll read it as we follow through, but help me join me as I welcome my guest, in many ways, a prolific entertainer in different aspects. Mr. Ice. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I hope I was able to give you a robust information about you.
I was shocked.
You're welcome to the show.
Who is that guy?
The one who's that guy, right?
He can't be busy.
But the truth of the matter, it is you. You know, I know when you've done so much in your career, that people don't really understand to know that this person has done more. So it falls on us to explain to them that this is what you've done in this industry. Ice, you're welcome to our studio.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Right. You're all fired up this morning?
Yes.
Or this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So 15 years plus in this career of entertainment business and, chasing the industry, making sure something comes out of it, to power up the economy in your own way. How has the journey been? Let's start with that.
It's been tough.
Okay.
It's not easy.
Okay.
I think probably the more reason why it's not easy is because our amazing, beautiful, wonderful, powerful country seems to not have structures to hold things in place that can make things thrive easily like other countries, mostly in the Western world. So it's hard. And people might always tell you that if the world serves you lemon, make a lemonade out of it. But it's not about the world. It's Nigeria serving you daily lemon. And you have to daily make a lemonade out of it. Otherwise, it will choke you.
It will choke you.
Yes.
In this case, let's plan not to get choked by the lemon. Okay. So we have 5 key questions, right? Because no better person to talk to, right, than you when it comes to this business of performing art, when it comes to entertainment industry and how it has added a lot of value. Some will say the GDP is something that is quite shaky, but it's important for the nation to follow through. And we cannot say all these things about industries without having some key people in those areas that we have you now. So our listeners and our viewers want to know. They say, from culture to capital, what defines Nigeria's entertainment industry as an economic powerhouse? Coming from your angle now, through the culture, right? From culture to capital, in other words, from the creative sector to it becoming a money venture or money-making machine, right? What defines Nigeria's entertainment industry as economic powerhouse from where you're standing?
Nigeria, the economy is already a powerhouse in itself, but the main key thing, if you look at Nollywood is like the second largest.
Right.
And then you move to the music. The music, it's literally Afrobeat is taking the world by storm. And music without dance is not complete in itself, because when they are popular dance steps and everything, if you go on TikTok, you go on YouTube, you go on Instagram, you see Chinese dancing to our song, you see the whites, the Germans, the British, the Americans dancing to it. So we find out how powerful Afrobeat has cut across globally. And same thing with the comedians cutting across globally, the likes of the Basket Mouths, the Bovi, the rest shutting down theaters across. We're not talking about Nigeria now, we're talking about in the UK, in the US, in Canada. And music is doing that, comedy is doing that, theater is doing that. And the first part of it, Nollywood's being the champion of it.
Face our
culture, like literally. So and if that is not enough for our GDP to look good, I don't know what else.
On screen there we see productions and we see cultural activities, we see salsa dancers, we see things that are within the confines and the ambience of performance and industry.
And the truth is, because I always use this term, I think Hollywood and all the Western countries, I think if you start something early, there is this part that you might finish early. And when you finish early, you will need to look for what else to do to complete the time. And if you look at, there's nothing new in Hollywood. There's nothing new in any Western stuff that they do.
So they're looking to Africa.
That's why, everybody's looking at. But when they say the world is looking at Africa, because Africa hasn't actually even. Africa is just starting, but they started a long time ago. So now they've literally Disney is looking for movies to take. A whole lot of eyes are looking to Nigeria, looking to South Africa, because South Africa is trying to push their. We have so much content in music, in dance, in drama, our culture, and they are looking for how to take it.
Okay, they don't know how to take it. We have a lot to talk about. Let me jump into the next one as an addition to that one. We know in the past that you've done a lot of productions, right? We know you did Jewel. We know you did Love Is. At that time, we used to have you back in the day, the former platform where I was, we know you did a lot of productions, but we also aware there was a time you traveled, right? How did that add value? Because you were a creative dancer also. How did that add value to you, and how did it take you? How come they said it was you that they needed to travel abroad at the time to go perform salsa, right? And when we have that video and other pictures, but to you, how did it add value to you economically?
Okay, one thing about
that is performing in front of that crowd.
It changes a lot.
Identifying you as a Nigerian.
It changes a lot. Because most times when you are in your own space, you get praised a lot and you start believing that you are the very best.
That's your stage there many years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's Las Vegas.
Okay. So
and the funny part, when we got there, it's a funny story. We got there, I think I was around 11 a.m. We checked into our hotel room. The event was meant to start, by my calculation, 6 p.m. So it's okay, we have ample time to sleep. So I went to sleep in the room. I was sleeping, and I kept waking up, and I just kept. So when I look outside, the sun is still out, and I just kept sleeping
because it is Nigerian.
I just kept sleeping. I just kept sleeping, and I just heard a voice in my head. Say, do you think that you're still in Nigeria? Can you stop looking at your clock and look at the clock in the hotel room? When I looked at the clock and I said, oh my God, by the time we rushed down, see, that was the first time ever that they knew that probably the timeline is going to mess our stuff up. But that was the first time Nigerians are coming to that. It was a congress, dance congress. The first time Nigerians are coming there for that far, so they were impressed, and we got certified. That was the same period I got my master's in Latin and ballroom dance. But the main thing, seeing the coaches in real time, not watching the video, getting to dance with other dancers in real time, not watching a video or assuming, or getting to perform before a large crowd, changes your perspective. It breaks a barrier that you no longer, you've gone beyond performing in front of your fellow skin color. But now you perform in front of everybody because it was a mixed crowd.
Just jump in. There was no how money didn't change hands and some Nigerians were not empowered. We need to say that it added something economically.
Yes.
That's overhead.
So coming back, so now the plan is, when we got back, we started training more people, because in that training, it gave room for us to have more instructors.
Right.
And those instructors moved into having their own dance studios. Their own dance studios, having teachers that learn under them. They have their admin set up. So they have a complete structure in running an organization, because most times dancers only think about them. But we moved to replace a part of not saying stop thinking as a dancer, start thinking as a leader. So you have an idea, you are built, you train others to work on that. So these are dancers. Now these are your admin people. These are the workers that handle your content, your designs, your portfolio. These are the people that handle the website. So it cuts across how a business should run. So now we pull in different people into those different spaces to make sure that it's running. So even as the teacher is teaching, there are students that are coming in based on the fact that as a business manager, making sure that people know about what the studio is all about, making sure that the content and the image of that company goes out through their marketing people and their marketing team and their set and their design team. So the vision of that, each person is consistent. So it gave room for us to understand that it's not just about dance. You need to, for you to make the dance work.
As an industry.
Yes, as an industry. It needs to have a system that goes in a circle constantly and is running by itself. Because if you keep running it by yourself, you burn out.
If you keep running by yourself, you burn out.
Yeah.
One is not an island.
It's not
to make it happen.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still in the studio. I still got my wonderful, our wonderful guest, Mr. Ice Namdi, who understands what the idea of performing art and the industry, how it can pay back and bring finance to the GDP and grow Nigeria. You see, wherever you do, where you do it, whatever you do, where you do it, someone is watching. And you never know who would get your services internationally, and you come back and teach others in the country. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we still have 2 more questions, and we have deal or no deal and retrospect. In the building, I'm not alone. I've got Ice Wake talking about performance industry and the entertainment industry as a whole. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Welcome back. Still Industry Focus. I've got my guests in the building. We're talking about why it is important to stick with your talent, and hopefully it can help grow the GDP and grow the industry of entertainment in Nigeria. If you listen to this and you're a young person, you might need to increase the volume even more. My guest still in the building, Mr. Ice Wake. We're talking about why you can export your talent and still come back and teach people how to make it work. Ice. So when you came back and you started, you integrated into the industry, the entertainment industry even more, because it was from there you launched, you obviously employ some people in your production, like the Joel. Yeah. We had this other futuristic one.
Joel is the futuristic. That's the first ever futuristic.
Yes.
On theater, on stage. Then
at Echo Hotel.
At Echo Hotel. Then we had Pride Land 1, Pride Land 2, Pride Land 3 is coming this Christmas. Then Love Is the musical. Love Is has evolved.
It has been there like over 10 years
now.
Yes,
it has evolved. We've done other ones like Oprah, the musical for the story about Oprah Benson. So like different musicals, but that structure, that multipliers effect thing made it possible.
Fantastic. I was coming there, the multiplier effect.
Yes, it made it possible because I have a team of people. Like I can boldly tell you that we have about 5 productions between now and December. But if I was just me, I probably would only take 1 because I can only handle 1. But I have a team of people that literally they are handling every other thing. Because in the midst of that, we have writers that make sure when the client gives you an idea, they create the write-up, the storyline, they script it properly. So my own part is if I have stepped back into being the creative director, so I don't need to dance at the moment. So we have a choreographer that deals with the dance. We have the dancers, so the choreographer is paid, the dancer is paid. The production manager has to be a place to make sure they manage the whole production. We have now stage managers. We have props person that builds the props.
Evolved to a better and more bigger business, sustainable business.
So literally, if you read over it, you will see where everybody plugs into. We have a music director that writes all the music. The music director has a band team made up of hornsmen, backup singers, guitarists, music producers. So like a list of about 15 people just under his own part.
Under his own part.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this because, we're unpacking those ideas that can enable anyone say this industry is an industry.
Yeah.
Back in the days when we're growing up, our parents would tell you, don't study this course, study this other course. This one might not be too viable. You might not make money out of it. But we're beginning to see that the norm has changed.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it this morning. It's actually a social construct that has kept us in this particular place. And if you think about it, back then school existed because we had some certain industries working. We had the hospital, we had the banking system, we had a couple of other places working. So they believe that we need to get an institution whereby people need to go and learn how to work in these places. Okay. So that's how the schooling system started back then. So you come out to be a doctor, you come out to be an architect, come out to be a lawyer, because all those places were existing. Those are the things that were like governing humans' existence then. But that was why they had a problem when entrepreneurs started coming up, because there was no school for them. So literally, they have to now find out how to get things done. But in that same system and in that same structure, if you put it in place, you find out when you have an idea to do something, it evolves a village.
A village.
Yeah.
If I leave you, we'll talk a lot today because we need to unpack this thing more. But it's something the federal government is doing on the line of entertainment and, you know, in the same space of, you know, the industry to grow it. Tell me if this is a no deal for you or is a good deal. So it goes this way. In September 2025, the federal government of Nigeria, right, has launched a Creative Economy Week, which is a joint initiative with the British Council to promote investment and growth in the creative industry, alongside unveiling other industries as a roadmap, hence using entertainment as a way forward. We're talking about the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. You will know how very well it means. That's how on the picture on the screen there, right? There is a major move to make sure that entertainment is harnessed so that people like you who are professionals in production, by the way, I also did theaters too.
You mentioned,
you know, and then I had to do masters. But before that, so we kind of have something in common. But do you agree with what they are working on towards our 65th anniversary as Independence Day? With that thing they're working on, do you think it's going to be a good deal moving forward or not? What do you think about it?
First of all, is an initiative that is brilliant.
Okay.
But my only but to it is in implementing it.
Implementation.
You get me? Because most times we get to have an amazing idea that can move the needle forward for the nation. But it's not done because we have, I have to publicly say, we have gatekeepers that keep things at bay. Okay. There's this saying I always use that the most beautiful girl is not the one that won the most beautiful girls show.
Right.
Because what you have is just a collection of people that you at that particular time showed up. But if you go out into the country and search for the most beautiful, you might find somebody that is 10, you might find even 100 people finer than the person that is a winner. But yet still the person is the winner. But that doesn't still categorize that every other person else is not that. So one thing I found out that I hope seriously when I saw that news, I was happy because I know the lady, the Minister of Tourism, she's been doing an amazing job. Like she's like literally everywhere that has to do with arts, like literally everywhere you go here, she's there. She's constantly supported. So my prayer now is that let it trickle down to even those that you don't know, because most times those that you don't know in that art space are in their space actually changing their community. So I hope there's a system that can, if we sit back, say, oh, we have the initiative, everybody should come to us. The best might not come because there is always a politic getting to. But if they have, I pray they have a system that gets them, go out and search for what can make us great. The way you search for football, the best football in your football team. If they can have a system that can go into Nigeria, go into the entertainment industry, go into the schools, find out the people that they eat there. You might find out something that can take Nigeria to the next level.
The next level.
Yes.
And make it happen.
And make it happen.
So you believe it's a deal?
I believe it's a deal, yes.
All right, I'm going to shake your hand at this point and say, Mr. Icemaker has said the deal. For those of you back home, he says the deal, he agrees with what they are doing. And invest more, right?
Yeah.
Before we go quickly, we have a few minutes. What are your projects you're working on? Very quickly.
Okay. I'm working on, we started something that hasn't been done before in theater. Mostly you do a theater production and you come back and do another one. But we started something called Pride Land. Pride Land 1 is a story about Africa, like never been told before. And then we moved into Pride Land 2, which actually hasn't been done because you don't do a musical and do a part 2 of it. So we did a continuation of it. It's almost like the way if you've watched Aladdin and the 40 Tips, there's always different series in it. So we made a musical into a series. So the second series was done last year. The finale of Pride Land is happening this Christmas at the Hotel. And then we're adding the story of Mary, like never been told before. We're not telling it when it happened back then. We're not telling it in the future. We're telling it in between time, where you might probably think is technologically driven At the same time, too, it gives you a look and feel of Dunes, the film itself, and a touch of Foundation, the TV series.
Okay, a touch of Foundation, the TV series.
Yeah.
We have to do the studio right now. Hopefully, we'll do part 2 of this. You guys had a lot they had to say. See it as just some bit of a preamble, and there's more to come. Mr. Ice, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hopefully, now it's a deal. People should follow through, and then one of the productions that should be part of it too. I mean, I have the theater background too.
Yes.
I should come.
I'm
I want your word.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely.
Yes.
All right, let's leave the studio right now. Before we go, let's give you retrospect very quickly. It says here, at some point, with the GDP of Nigeria, entertainment industry as a major contributor to the national GDP, with Nollywood and music industry alone contributing to approximately 1.79 trillion. In 2023, one can confidently say that significant increase over 3 years is a great boom. This is my take. So, if this is the case, Nigerian entertainment industry is becoming matured enough and could build Nigeria in the future. You've heard that one right here on Industry Focus. Write it down. I didn't do it alone. Also want to thank my guests also one more time again, Mr. Ice. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Hopefully we'll have a part 2 of this.
Yes.
Let's leave the studio. You could always follow us on social media. We're right there on BDTV, on Instagram, all social media platforms. You can find us. I'm also on social media too at Wilman Valentine. This has been wonderful. Until next week Tuesday, this is still BDTV. Don't go away.
detection is still our most powerful tool in our fight against diseases. Welcome to Health Matters, your trusted companion and number one stop for reliable health information. I am Amanda Imosibue. Prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers in men. Now, the prostate is a small gland below the bladder that helps produce semen. Cancer develops when its cells grow out of control, often without early symptoms. Nigeria accounted for approximately 18,000 plus new cases of prostate cancer in 2022, and in that same year, there were 11,000 plus deaths from this same prostate cancer. With me here to break the silence around prostate cancer is Nurse Arieze Elin Izaga. She's a registered nurse, a registered midwife, and a public health expert. Welcome to the show, Nurse Arieze.
Good afternoon. Good to be on the show.
Can you hear me? Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nurse Arieze. Thank you for joining us. It's such an honor. So let's dive right in. Now, what role do you think genetics and family history play in prostate cancer risk? And after that, are there genetic tests that are available and recommended for Nigerian men?
Oh, okay. Genetics and family history play significant role in the increase of prostate cancer. The risk is as high as 60%. And of course, there are tests recommended. Tests like PSA, which is protein specific antigen. And then something like DROE, digital genital examination, in which case the physician wears hand glove and inserts his hand into the rectum of the patient. Then, of course, biopsy, in which you take a little sample of cell or tissues to do the test. Like I said, PSA is just to collect blood sample. And then that one, when the PSA is increased, it means you have to check for prostate cancer.
So now, what are the most reliable early warning signs of prostate cancer?
Okay. First of all, I want to start with frequent urge to pee. And then we have pain during peeing or ejaculation. Slowness or dribbling of pee stream. We have difficulty in starting urination, that's pee. Then frequently getting up to urinate. At times you see blood in the urine or the semen. Pain in the lower abdomen, the thigh or the chest. Those are major signs you see that will indicate warning.
What age do you think men in Nigeria should begin routine screening for prostate cancer? And how often do you think men should get checked for prostate cancer?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh, we just lost her due to network, but let's take a quick break.
Attention leaders, join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. Before we went on a break, we're talking about the signs of prostate cancer that Nigerian men should not ignore. Moving forward, Nosareze, are you with me?
Yeah.
Nosareze, are you with me?
I'm with you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, at what age should men in Nigeria begin routine screening for prostate cancer, and how often should they get checked?
Okay, like I said the age should be as from 40 years, especially those with history of prostate cancer family. And then those with the history too should be doing the checkup every 1 to 2 years. But then for people that have not tested or they don't have family history, can be doing it 3 to 4 years.
What?
Hello, are you with me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nosareze, are you with me?
Hello. I'm with you.
Okay. So what will you say are the biggest lifestyle or genetic risk factors for prostate cancer in Nigeria?
Family history, especially history with diseases of the prostate cancer, where the father, the brother, or the son has it, or obesity, excessive fat, then red meat. Hello, are you with me?
Hello. Genetics. You also mentioned food intake, which you said red meat, and then you mentioned for lifestyle, you said obesity.
Yes, then some inherited genes that causes mutilation. It's common with black people. And then the age, I said, Usually this is diagnosed, most of the people that go to the clinic, they are being diagnosed of it as from between 60 and 79 years. But usually after 50 years, you begin to see the signs of the prostate cancer.
Okay.
Then the socioeconomic factors, like unlimited access to healthcare facilities, which will not delay the diagnosis and treatment, thereby worsening the disease condition and leading to high mortality rates.
Thank you very much. So earlier on, we're talking about the tests for prostate cancer, and you talked about PSA, you talked about biopsies. So can you help us differentiate between PSA tests and biopsies, and when each of them is necessary?
Okay, the PSA is to withdraw blood. Usually, it says it's a test measure that you do. You withdraw blood from the
Are you with us?
and then the or tissues you remove from the person in question for the diagnosis.
We lost you for a bit, Nosareze. Can you come again with the differences between the PSA and biopsies?
Hello?
Hello, Nosareze. We can hear you. We lost you for a bit. We lost you for a bit. So can you come again with the differences between PSA test and biopsies tests?
PSA test is prostate-specific antigen test. You take blood from the person and screen for prostate cancer. In this one, usually the PSA will be high, abnormally high. Although some cases can cause highness, that is when you need the biopsy. So the two can be used. In biopsy, you take small sample of cell or tissue for the same purpose.
Understanding, Nosareze, you have to do a PSA test before you do biopsies. Or can one be substituted? Does a PSA come before the biopsies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, do the PSA first before the biopsy, because there are some cases too that we increase the PSA. When you get the PSA increase, then you want to do the biopsy. And then there was one I said too. This DROE, digital rectal examination, where the physician wear hand gloves and insert the hand into the anus, you will not feel hardness or lump.
Thank you very much. So now, what practical steps can Nigerians take in their daily life to reduce the risk of prostate cancer? Because earlier you mentioned red meat. So apart from reducing intake of red meat, if I am correct, what other steps can Nigerians take?
Maintain healthy weight. Maintain healthy weight, that is better metabolic weight. And then exercise is very important. Your diet should be rich in protein, in fruits and vegetables. Then whole grains. Then limit red meat and dairy products. Avoid smoking totally. Moderate intake of alcohol. Regular checkups, like I said, as from 40 years. Then go for the screening too, for risk reduction and early detection. Then public awareness campaign. There is need for health education and mobilization. campaign on the cancer by health organizations or public screenings and lifestyle changes. So you health educate on public screening and lifestyle changes.
Right, so to summarize your answer to the daily steps that we take, that men, because prostate cancer is for men, so to summarize the steps that can be taken, you mentioned obesity, you mentioned having a good healthy lifestyle, regularly going to the gym to maintain weight, reducing your red meat and protein intake, and you also talked about higher fruits and vegetables and whole grain. Am I correct, Nosarieze?
Yes.
Okay, so now how affordable and accessible are these treatment options? You spoke about regular checkup. So how affordable and accessible are these diagnostic and treatment options in Nigeria public health sector and private health sector?
To be very frank, it's usually very affordable and unaccessible because of lack of financial resources and then lack or unlimited healthcare infrastructures. That will lead to higher risk of late diagnosis and poor outcomes.
So,
especially in the urban area, except in places like Lagos.
So meaning the rural areas where you have health centers men do not have access to these treatment options. They do not have access to these.
No. And it's not affordable too.
So now what long-term follow-up care do prostate cancer, the survivors, what do they need? Should I come
some
again?
of them,
I said what?
Some of them will undergo surgical removal, which is prostatectomy. Is either partial or total, and then radical radiotherapy that is used to kill the cells, the cancer cells, to prevent further growth. And then chemotherapy, which is usually done 6 to 12 months. Sorry, chemotherapy. And then they should also go for this PSA, which is usually done 6 to 12 months for the first 5 years, and then yearly.
You've mentioned some various, you mentioned chemotherapy. You also mentioned other ways of treating this prostate cancer. So now, how do medical personnel address and care for these treatment-related side effects like urinary inconsistencies, sexual dysfunction, where the medical personnel then step in, and how do they care for them?
Okay. The care is according to their presentation. Pelvic floor exercise, the muscle exercise is very key. You strengthen the muscle of the pelvic muscles. The floor, you strengthen it to control bladder. For bladder control, rather. You strengthen the pelvic muscles for bladder control. And then bladder training. You want to train the bladder on how often you want to urinate. There are some medications too that are given. Some are injections that are given to reduce, to induce erection. And then some medication in oral form that will help to increase flow of blood to the area. Then adequate fluids is key. Avoid any bladder irritant like excessive caffeine. Then for those with leakages, you use pads or dye pads, as the case may be.
All right, thank you very much. So you have heard, we have seen.
Then they should not forget.
You have heard, thank you very much, Nosareze. You have heard, we have seen the lifestyle factors that affect the risk of prostate cancer, the preventive measures, and also the post-care measures for prostate cancer. This has been an insightful conversation with Nosareze. Thank you so much for your depth of knowledge. And this is where this week Health Matters ends. I am Amanda Emosi saying, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Richie Franklin, aka, as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say brotherly. Well, that works, man.
Yeah, bro, brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to
man.
meet you,
Good to
brotherly.
see
That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know,
Yes.
and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So, how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of Boss? What was it all about? The beginning.
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was. So we shot this in 2023, and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey, in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, you know, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, you know, so I would always come up with characters and just, you know, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, you know. And church, I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty. It's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So you know, when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal. You know, I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just, I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking elder, I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, yeah, that was fun, it was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that, you know, this was it for me, you know, hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism, you know, so I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, you know, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here, you know, I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here to light the torch of myself by the grace of God, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, so, and by lighting the torch on yourself, right, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question, you know. I'd say I started off late, you know, because earlier on I was talking about from kindergarten to church. You know, one would think that I would start as a child, you know, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, you know, go do work in Hollywood, you know, and different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, you know, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act, you know. I mean, at the time, I was ignorant, you know, so I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, oh no, you have to do this, yeah, you know, you have to, you could start off like Ramsey, like RMD, look at all these people, you know, but I was like, nah, man, I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins, trying to do movies with, you know, this guy's name, Radcliffe, you know, all these people, because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do, hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me. And at the time, they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria, everybody was excited. My mom threw a party. Oh, my son is going to Hollywood. He's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, we clearly got man. I was a black guy, like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa. I was like, wow, man. I was broken. I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, doing movies in Nigeria as a thing for me at the time. Like I said, I was ignorant, So my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal, gives me a call and says, hey, bro, I know you're broken. I know you don't want to talk to anybody because, this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. And we've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. It's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa. What's next? I'm like, okay. So what do you want me to do? She was like, AY Ayomako. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man. I know, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. I know him as Yeah. I don't know him as a filmmaker because I didn't know him at the time. She was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Dalitin Abuda, just looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people to go because I didn't have transport to go back.
Oh.
So this was me just, you know what? Let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sari and Dele, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So how'd they go now?
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, my first time meeting him. And we read and he's like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, Justice, Vanita. Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita? Vanita, okay. Vanita Akpofri, gorgeous human being. Yeah, and we had, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons, and I just started. I had to give Nigeria a chance. So over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script because that was one of the biggest.
At the time, it was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of having videos on your phone, YouTube, and all that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. And
Oh,
see.
yeah.
This was, you know, just to make them laugh. You know?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Wash Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite
Wash
character?
Baby.
Oh, the Wash Baby was nuisance. My goodness. Oh, the Wash Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Benita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that that used to play like his
that's
brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now,
Oh,
Mr. Controversial.
oh,
that's his kid.
oh,
That's his
oh,
kid. I
wow.
wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012 were like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to coming in as one of the Hollywood honks, you know.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie The Weeknd, one of my favorite movies.
Oh.
So working with the likes of Daniel Rai. Like, tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oriahi is a gift to this country, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. You know, it's an actor's dream to have, you know, the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you, you know, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, you know. So, and all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and they reworked the script, but it was just, that's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, you know, and we also got picked by Scream Festival. Scream? Yeah, I think Scream, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. She get like, there are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was in the studio here with us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think after last year when The Weeknd was like hot and so we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, you know, and that's the type of person you want to work with, because they get you, you know, as a performer, as a creative, they get you, because it's not just as an actor, because you know what we do is just, it's beyond entertainment, you know. So he gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it, you know, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm glad. So we move to the next film. Like, after that, we see, you know, there is this Kemi Adetiba comes up with, you know, the trailer of
To kill
the monkey.
all the monkey.
Yeah, what is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard Kemi doesn't do a lot of media
Yeah,
stuff.
she does.
So,
We're doing it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you saw the script, or when she called on you, what was your reaction, given that she had done things like the Famous Boys?
Anthony, it's Kemi Adetiba Hamzaka. Yeah. All you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same, you know. I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them. You know, because you might just get yourself in a $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, it's not going back. Don't make me mistake. Don't go wake, lie on with it. Okay. Kemi and I have been chasing since before Oscar married her. Yeah, I've been chasing. This woman I must work with. But, you know, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And he reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but it's not my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want to. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. You know, weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, you know. And the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemile. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Aditiba, calls me. Says, hey, Bruce, I was just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay, glory to God, but still, oh no, don't make mistakes. I sent Kemi a text message immediately and I told her, thank you very much for, you know, reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. You know, I sent her a message so the next day after sending my self-tape. And I said, my name is Buchi Franklin. Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a balls, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kemi had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. You know, so I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out. You know, so, but I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, yo, let's go, man. You know, this one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, you know. And it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. You know, if you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to King of Boys.
It's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. You know, music videos, once it's shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, you know, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, you know, we talk for the first time while we're talking, and I tell her, please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray? You know, and I get on my knees and I tell her we pray and we cry and we pray, and you know, and the rest they say is brotherly.
Brotherly.
You know, so yeah, so Kemi is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you were reading the script, you're trying to, you know, incorporate like the character of Boss into your personality.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. I was, you know, visualizing myself in a blue state. You know, I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, you know, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place, so don't think I know that. You know, I visualized myself running from boys at night in Uniban, you know, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, why you wear my clothes? You know, so I was a Benin boy, true and true. Oh yeah, you know, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access, and he gave me access. You know, so I was attracting Benin girls, you know, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, you know. So so it was just like I said, you know, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, oh, okay, nice one, man. Okay, no, I think I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script in less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages. you know. But for me, the scripts were a guideline. You know, it was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, you know, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, you know. And you know, as a performer, I was asking the Holy Spirit for access. You also need to be intentional. You can't just, you don't, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. You know, the people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. You know, and I was careful with the projects that I was doing, because Obos was just, you know how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and you know, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. You know, so all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. You know, I did a series with Madam Ireti Doya, love her so much. I did a film with AY, Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects, because I couldn't do too much because the balls was ticking. You know, so yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. Actually, it's something like we have like the Heath Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, you know. Actor? No, it's a performer, because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, you know. And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, you know, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here in the biggest black nation, this 4th world country with insecurity and porous political system and an embarrassing passport and all that they say about us. But we've got diamond here, you know, so we've got gold here, we've got raw materials that you can't find anywhere. And by the grace of God, you're speaking to one. You know, and I know there's so many other performers that are coming up. You know, I did a film with Toka Makbor, the director and filmmaker. He's from Delta, but he stays in the north. He's a genius. On that set, I met a couple of actors that I'm looking forward to sharing screen time with, because, you know, we're phenomenal and we're right. You know, Mr. Sweet, you know, this shout out is for you, so keep doing what you're doing. I see you. You know, I did a film with Chris O'Day. It's a festival piece, phenomenal, and oh, bro, listen, I don't need to say too much about it, but the film will do the telling itself, because it's a Daniel Oriaki flick. So I shared screen time with Emeka the actor. No man, listen, if you don't watch Nigerian movies, this is a clarion call, my brother, my sister. You have to. Start now, because some people are coming up on your screen and they're going to be worth your penny, your time. That's it.
So let's talk about what roles do you envision yourself acting in the near future? Because sometimes people would want to put actors in a box, you know, and just put them in roles and the same repeated roles.
Stereotypical roles, right?
Very stereotypical and all that.
Anthony, I'll be honest with you, man. I get a good laugh anytime I hear that word, stereotype. What is that? All the roles that I have played that are villains, are they from the same mom? No. I haven't done too many villain roles, but there's nothing similar about them. So, if you're a performer out there, and because of your circumference, you tend to attach a certain type of character to you, don't be bruised by that. Show them layers, show them colors, You wake up, you go to bed on Monday, you wake up on Tuesday, believe me, you're not the same person. You just don't see it. You're just not intentional about it. Once you go to bed, you add a hair on some part of your body. Do you record the length of your hair on your body? But there's some form of growth happening. There's a change. So nobody is constant. There's always movement, So the word stereotype doesn't exist for me. It's man-made, But to answer your question, I don't necessarily have a character that I'm looking forward to playing. Can you afford me? Give my manager a call. That's it. That's it. A character that don't need to say anything, and you can feel the aura, you can feel their presence. Like Gen Z would say, aura fam. And I just like to make my characters interesting. Do you get what I mean? There was nothing out of the ordinary about the boss. But by the grace of God, with the guidance and the direction of my director, we carved a niche for a villain. We created a villain that people hate to love. Is he a bad guy? Yes. Does he take alcohol? Yes. Is he as hot-headed as Chidimokeme back in the day? The baddest boy in the industry, Jim Ike. Yeah, was he a hothead like Jim Ike? Yes, he was. Was he a hothead like Hank Saluku? Yes, he was. But did you see Jim Ike and all the characters he's ever done in The Boss? No. So don't worry about being stereotyped. All you have to do is put it back in their face and tell them, this is who I am. Bring the characters, I will chop them up, give them back to you, and you forget that this person is the villain. Because you will cry when the character falls. You will rejoice. You will pray for that character. Meanwhile, that guy is going to kill the next person in the next scene. So, that's it.
Yeah. So what were your favorite scenes in the movie, and what were your also complex scenes, the most complex?
Complex. Let's start with complex. We're talking about it before we got on air.
Yeah.
The face-off between Obaz and Efemini, I was in serious pain at the time, physical pain. When we started filming, I was messed up here, because Obaz had to be, I wasn't getting enough sleep. It was just a lot of, I'd say negative energy, because you could feel his presence. Obaz didn't beat anybody. He wasn't cutting people up like, what's his name? Teacher. You didn't see him put a gun to a baby and shoot them. But when you see him, you just know this guy is going to burn down a country, right? So imagine, I'm done from set on a Thursday and I'm not filming the next day and I'm in my room. It's a lot. It's a lot. So that scene was complex because I was experiencing physical pain. There's a part where the boss says to Aussie boy, the F word. F, I don't need you. And I pause and I make it. That was excruciating pain that I couldn't break character because Obaz was Obazi. But we're happy that, Nigerians and everybody else love it. My favorite scene would be the scene between Efemini and the manager. Emeka Okafor. That's the guy that played the manager. Not the general manager,
the manager.
by Constance.
Yeah.
Constance was phenomenal, by the way. Constance was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Constance,
she became a meme, actually.
bro, forever will be.
Yeah.
You know, but that guy, the manager,
Yeah.
that said poverty, love your substance. See, listen, that guy. For a second, I forgot that I was watching the film. It felt like I wanted to punch him from, my screen. I was like, what did he worry this guy? Why are you like this now? Come on now, So he was my favorite performer, because listen. So for me, I tell people that yes, you had your lead, William Benson, genius, right? Genius, bro. Don't worry, I don't use that word loosely. Yeah, William is a genius. Don't worry about it. Yes, you have him, commanding and driving the audience. But you see, you need pockets of other performers here and there to be able to add color to what it is that you do as a performer, because you cannot do it alone. It's not stage.
Yeah.
Where you command your audience and they stay there, they're quiet. You tell them, drop your phone, they drop your phone because they can hear you. But Nkechi is sitting at home watching you on her screen, probably eating her favorite food. She can pause the TV if she doesn't want to hear what you're saying. But what Emeka Okafor did, Constance did in the first episode, they held our audience.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, experts hail August inflation slowdown, urge CBN to cut interest rates amid public doubts. Federal government suspends 4% FOB levy on imported goods. Debt financing in tech rivals equity hits $1 billion. Dangote Group responds to Dapman, accuses them of manipulating media. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Nigerian's inflation rate eased further in August, with headline inflation dropping to 20.12% from 21.88% in July. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the moderation was driven mainly by lower food costs and a slowdown in price increases across key sectors. Year on year, the rate fell by more than 12 percentage points compared to the 32.15% recorded in August 2024, a clear sign of disinflation over the past year. On a monthly basis, inflation rose by just 0.74% in August, down sharply from 1.99% in July. Core inflation, which strips out volatile items like food and energy, stood at 20.33%. Food and non-alcoholic beverages were the biggest drivers of inflation, contributing just over 8%, followed by restaurants and accommodation services at 2.6% and transport at 2.15%. Ekiti posted the highest state inflation at 28.17%, while Zamfara recorded the lowest at 11.82%. The National Bureau of Statistics also announced a rebasing of the Consumer Price Index, with 2024 set as the new base year and 2023 as the reference for expenditure weights. And I'm moving on. The federal government has suspended the controversial 4% free on board levy on all imported goods. And Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, announced the suspension in a letter to the Controller General of Customs, ordering immediate compliance. The letter signed by the Permanent Secretary for Special Duties, Raymond Omachi, explained that consultations with businesses and trade experts revealed the levy would place a significant strain on trade and economic activity. The ministry stressed that the measure is a suspension, not a cancellation, to allow for further stakeholder engagement and a comprehensive review of the levy's long-term impact. Government officials say the goal is to balance revenue generation with economic growth, particularly as broader fiscal and monetary reforms continue. An analyst notes that the pause gives authorities room to realign customs policy with ongoing efforts to stabilize the naira, reduce inflation and improve Nigeria's ease of doing business ranking. And custom officers nationwide have been directed to strictly comply with a suspension order while discussions on a more effective revenue framework take place. And meanwhile, Africa's startup funding landscape is undergoing a major shift, with debt financing hitting the $1 billion mark for the first time in 2025. Fresh data from the Brita Intelligence shows debt is now rivaling equity as the continent's dominant source of capital. For years, equity drove record fundraising, but after inflated valuations collapsed, founders and investors began turning to debt as an alternative. And in 2021 and 2022, equity made up more than 80% of startup financing, with debt barely in play. But when global venture capital retreated in 2023, debt surged past $600 million, supported by development, finance institutions, and specialist leaders. The momentum has only grown, with debt now accounting for nearly half of total startup funding. And the African Private Capital Association also reports that venture debt represented over a third of all deal value in 2024. And the trend is still climbing from Nairobi's Basigo to Nigeria's FCMB TLG Private Debt Fund. More startups are blending equity and loans to fuel expansion without losing too much ownership. Analysts caution, however, that a heavy reliance on debt could burden early-stage firms with repayment and dampen innovation. Up ahead, Dangote Group responds to Dapman, accuses them of manipulating labor. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back. The Dangote Group has taken aim at powerful oil import cartels, accusing them of manipulating labor unions and industry associations in a bid to frustrate the operations of its refinery. In a strongly worded statement on Monday, the company warned that such actions could derail Nigerians' quest for economic independence. The management criticized the Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers Union as well as the Depot and Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria for opposing its recent petrol price cuts. Dangote described their resistance as proof of vested interests that have long benefited from the country's reliance on imports. According to the refinery, market-wide price reductions only occur in response to its interventions, while industry players continue to charge Nigerians more at home, even as they quietly offer better deals abroad. The development comes as Dangote begins direct petrol supply to 11 states, fixing gantry prices at 820 naira per litre and retail pump prices at 841 naira in Lagos and surrounding states, and 851 naira in Abuja and parts of the South. And away from that story, Nigeria's auto import market has recorded a dramatic rebound in the first half of 2025, with volumes jumping nearly 90% compared to the same period last year. Industry players attribute the surge to foreign exchange stability and recent monetary reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria, which have boosted confidence among importers. And fresh figures from two of the country's busiest car terminals, Ports and Terminal, Multipurpose Limited and 5-Star Logistics, confirm the spike. And PTML received more than 50 vessels in just 6 months compared to 40 for all 2024. At 5-Star Logistics, vehicle imports have already surpassed the last year total of 320,000 units, climbing above 37,000 by July. We'll return after this break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or
Good morning
when a
and
team
welcome
comes
to
together
the
to win?
BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
You're welcome back. And the surge coincides with the Naira's 1.1% appreciation to 1,520 Naira per dollar following CBN's interventions to stabilize the forex market. Importers say the stronger currency has lowered costs, making it easier to plan shipments and finance purchases, particularly for dealers and fleet operators. However, stakeholders caution that sustaining the momentum will require deeper reforms, improved port infrastructure, and consistent policy signals. Moving on, Symbolic is stepping up preparations for its ambitious Palm City project, a community-owned oil palm estate network that could become the largest of its kind in Nigeria. And as part of the rollout, the company's Chief Executive Officer, Ulisa Umera, led a delegation to the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research in Benin City and Okomu Oil Palm Company in Edo State. Discussions focused on plantation models, agronomy practices, and inclusive schemes for smallholder farmers. Symbolic says these insights will shape Palm City hubs, each combining agriculture, real estate, and industry. The model envisions structured plantations with central processing mills, generating revenue from produce and processing while reinvesting part of the profits into schools, housing, and healthcare for host communities. Mr. Umera described the initiative as a generational project aimed at creating jobs, transforming rural communities, and ensuring long-term returns for investors. He added that partnerships with institutions like NIFER and Okomu reflect symbolic commitments to research-driven sustainable agri-businesses. And I'm moving on to Niger State government has pledged 5 billion naira to revive the aviation mini campus at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Airport in Minna. Governor Mohamed Umaru Bago made the announcement while hosting the management team of the Nigerian College of Aviation Zaria. He explained that the project will help families cut the costs of sending children abroad for aviation studies, while also positioning Minna Airport as a hub for both aviation and agriculture. The governor added that existing fuel depot and housing units on the site will be demolished to make way for modern facilities. On his part, the rector of the Nigerian College of Aviation, Dr. Danjuma Radamu, welcomed the state's commitment, noting that reactivating the mini campus will boost training, strengthen agro-aviation, and deepen the college's partnership with Niger State. The pledge comes just months after the federal government reopened Minna airports for commercial flights in April. At the time, Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo described the airport as a strategic alternative to Abuja and a catalyst for investment, jobs, and economic growth in the state. Still to come, at least 40 fuel tankers burned in Al-Qaeda-linked attack in Mali. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. That's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, We build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to News Updates. We now head to Africa. And at least 40 fuel tankers were destroyed in Mali when Al-Qaeda-linked insurgents attacked a convoy of more than 100 vehicles under the military escort. The armed group Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin had declared a blockade on fuel imports last week. A source close to Mali's Chamber of Commerce warned that the country could run out of fuel within 2 weeks if supplies are cut off, while truckers' unions confirmed that around 40 tankers were destroyed. Sources linked to the insurgents claim the number was closer to 80. In a video message, the group spokesperson took responsibility for the attack in Kayes region, saying Malian soldiers escorting the convoy fled. The Malian army, however, says it reacted vigorously to what it called a terrorist assault on the road from Kayes to Bamako. Mali's military government, in power since coup in 2020 and 2021, faces mounting pressure as insurgent groups intensify efforts to encircle towns and cities across the Sahel. And the International Monetary Fund has approved a 3-month extension of Zambia's loan program. The decision announced on Monday extends the facility until January 30, 2026. According to the IMF, the extension will allow enough time to complete a 6th review of Zambia's extended credit facility and lay the groundwork for future engagement. Zambia's Treasury Secretary Felix Nkulukusa confirmed that a request for a 1-year extension will be taken up during that review. The IMF's board first approved Zambia's 38-month program in August 2022, backing efforts to stabilize the country's public finances. Zambia defaulted on its external debt in 2020 after years of heavy borrowing, but reached a restructuring deal with its main creditors last year. Talks are still ongoing with some smaller lenders. And so far, the Southern African nation has received about $1.55 billion under the $1.7 billion extended credit facility. Malawi now heads to the polls on Tuesday in a closely watched presidential election. Incumbent President Lazarus Chakwera faces his predecessor, Peter Mutharika, with soaring inflation and persistent fuel shortages weighing heavily on voters' minds. While another 15 candidates, including former President Joyce Banda, are contesting, analysts expect a 2-horse race between 70-year-old Chakwera and 85-year-old Mutharika. And if no candidate secures more than 50%, a second round will be held. A vote comes after years of economic stagnation worsened by natural disasters, including a devastating cyclone and regional drought. Inflation has remained above 20% for more than 3 years, and corruption scandals have further eroded public trust in both major cities. Chakwera rose to the power in 2020 after the Constitutional Court annulled Mutharika's 2019 victory and ordered a rerun. And this election marks the 4th time the two rivals have faced off. Alongside the presidential race, Malawians will elect members of parliament and local councillors. Polls opened at 6 a.m. local time and would close 10 hours later, with results expected within a week. And now moving on to the foreign scene, Qatar and the United States are close to finalizing an enhanced defense cooperation agreement, according to top U.S. diplomat Marco Rubio, who spoke on Tuesday while en route to Doha from Tel Aviv. His visit follows Israel's strike on Hamas political leaders in Qatar last week, an attack that drew widespread condemnation and prompted Arab and Islamic leaders to rally behind the Gulf state. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not ruled out further strikes on Hamas leaders wherever they are. And Rubio urged Qatar to continue its role as mediator between Israel and Hamas in efforts to secure a ceasefire in the Gaza war. warning that there is only a narrow window on time to reach a deal. And Qatar described the Israeli strike as cowardly and treacherous, but pledged it would not abandon its mediation efforts alongside Egypt and the United States. Rubio added Washington's defense partnership with Qatar is being deepened, with the two sides on the verge of finalizing the new cooperation framework. And also, the U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson says negotiations on a stopgap spending bill have slowed as lawmakers weigh adding security funds for federal officials in the wake of last week's killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. And without agreement on a continuing resolution known as a SARE, the federal government faces a partial shutdown beginning October 1. Lawmakers had hoped to pass the measures before leaving for recess later this week. Johnson told reporters discussions are focused on boosting protections for judges, members of Congress, and other officials. He said he expects to resolve the issue within 24 to 48 hours in talks with both Republican and Democrats. The plan under consideration will keep agencies running at current spending levels through November 20, while lawmakers work towards a full 2026 budget. Top Senate Republican John Thune said the CRO could also serve as a vehicle for additional securing funding, though he urged keeping changes to a minimum. Kirk's shootings at Anota College campus has rattled Washington, heightening concerns after a string of violent attacks against state and federal officials, including President Donald Trump. And up next is sports news after this break.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. And now to sports. Manchester United head coach Ruben Amorim says he will not abandon his footballing philosophy despite mounting pressure after a poor start to the season. The club's hierarchy has also made clear there are no plans to change managers, stressing that United is working to a long-term plan. Officials insist they will not make knee-jerk decisions or reassess Amorim's future after every defeat, regardless of outside criticism. And since Sir Alex Ferguson's departure 12 years ago, United have had 8 permanent managers and 2 caretakers, a cycle the board is keen to break. But frustrations are rising with just 4 points from their opening 4 games. United are enduring their worst Premier League start since the 1992 to 1993 season. The club also crashed out of the Carabao Cup to League 2 side Grimsby Town and one of only 3 trophies available in the 2025 to 2026 campaign. And also in the news, and I'll begin with their quest for a first ever Champions League crown on Tuesday with a trip to San Mamés to face Athletic Club will return to Europe's top competition after a decade away. Mikel Arteta's side reached the semi-finals last season, knocking out Real Madrid in the quarters before falling to eventual winners Paris Saint-Germain in 2 narrow one-goal defeats. Arteta, who last lifted silverware with the 2020 FA Cup, says his team took painful but valuable lessons from that campaign, and he admitted the Champions League is a competition where more than not teams first rather than succeed with tiny margins, making all the difference. And still, Arteta insists Arsenal are strong enough to compete with any opponent on their day, provided they keep their squad fully fit and focused. And this is much we have for you, a news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on BDTV, the show where we celebrate bold founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we're shining a light on the people changing the game, the visionaries building businesses that shape the future of innovation. Today we're talking about affordable healthcare solutions, how startups can tackle the high cost of medical care. I'm Glory Brown, and with me today on the Startup Spotlight is Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, who is a dedicated medical practitioner with a passion for improving healthcare outcomes. Welcome to Startup Spotlight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, a pleasure to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
Starting with the first question, with the rising healthcare costs, it remains a challenge in Nigeria currently. From your perspective, what are the main drivers behind this cost?
Well, that's a very deep question, and I want to approach it from the basics. When we talk of the cost of providing quality care delivery, you have the physical cost that you can see, or the physical cost, and you have the hidden cost. The physical cost revolves around the infrastructure that would enable you to have quality care delivery. And when you talk of the infrastructure, you're talking of the physical infrastructure, the building, the maintenance of the building, you know, the electricity and some other gadgets that you use, and the cost. Now, when you want to break that down, you look at it from the perspective that all those materials for building, for instance, are not readily manufactured in this part of the world. Some imports comes into it. And with the fluctuating exchange rates, you can expect that there will certainly have a profound effect on the cost of providing quality health care. Now, to talk of the other infrastructure like the medical devices, most of them are not provided here. Even the reagents are not provided here. So you have the global economics having effect on it because of the fluctuating foreign exchange. So now you now talk of the internal economics, so the so-called inflationary trend. When there is inflation, particularly in an environment where there are no social inclusion, what do I mean by that? Social safety nets. You see people, instead of agitating for a better system, they're agitating for increased salaries, wages, and so on and so forth. And those ones are part of the cost that will add on to the provision of quality care delivery. Then you have some other medical consumables as well. Essentially, they are not produced here. And those that are produced here, maybe because of inadequate quality control, they may be perceived as substandard. Then again, you have the so-called preference for things abroad. You know, we've not been able to effectively intentionally decide that we want our local content to be effectively mainstream into our healthcare delivery. So those are things that we can, that can either expressively or in a hidden way affect the cost of healthcare provision in Nigeria.
Can you share some innovative models or solutions startups are deploying to make healthcare more accessible and affordable?
Well, there are lots of innovations now. Like, for instance, most facilities, or let me say some medical entrepreneurs, they discover that there are quite a lot of areas of interest in health. For instance, in the past, the traditional healthcare is about carrying paper, carrying folders all over the place. Now we have adopted the technology. For instance, in this facility now, we have electronic medical records. And apart from that, we have a smart healthcare system or platforms whereby even the clients can actually book appointment online. They can book appointment online. They can, converse with the doctor online by way of telemedicine. So technology has really gone into it. Then in terms of procurement as well, sourcing for materials and this. If I need any items in this facility now, all I just need is to use the mobile or any electronic medium to give them the description of what I want, and they will give me the cost. All those ones has narrowed down. They are innovative way of making the system to work well. And again, even in terms of practice as well, for emergency services, we have calling numbers that people can call in. Then through telemedicine, we'll be able to assess them. The one that needs immediate referral, we will refer them. The one that needs to be picked up by the ambulance, we connect with them through, there are quite so many innovatives that they are using now. And the other aspect is that the so-called sector-wide approach. Health does not stand alone. For instance, now this facility, I would need an engineer to fix the bulb. If there is a leaking room, I need an engineer. So I need an engineering department. For instance, social mobilization, I need people to. So we're using technology to coordinate those activities. We have a platform whereby we have an engineer. Engineer is there. Most of other sectors, like even education, we work hand in hand with the education district to ensure that we promote the quality health education health promotion in schools, and also in the community. We work with the community influencers like CDA, that's Community Development Associations, and community development, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations. We leverage on technology to push out appropriate information to them, and we keep ourselves open for feedback, so that if they need information from us, we are readily available to offer it to them. Then we also use, technology, electronic medical devices to gather our data and analyze our data. And that is assisting us in making an informed decision on what we need to prioritize in terms of healthcare delivery, and again, ensuring that the budget is appropriately maximized for the benefit of all.
Now let's talk about startups in the health sector.
Okay.
How are hospitals, or what role do hospitals and established institutions playing to partner with startups in the healthcare sector to reduce costs for patients?
Okay. Now, part of innovations there is a long-hold concept of corporate social responsibility. Each organization is supposed to key into it. At times, we have this belief in this part of the world that it's only government that can handle healthcare delivery alone, give us quality healthcare delivery. We're supposed to be a combined effort, a partnership that would assist, the government, the community, and even ourselves in ensuring there is quality healthcare delivery. The startup can leverage on the corporate social responsibility of bigger companies. For instance, this facility now, let's even take, you can see the AC, light is running, everything is running. That is huge cost if we want to even leave it to the power generation from the national grid alone. If we want to, even if we want to pursue the fossil fuels, alternate sources, that is pretty expensive to run the facility 24/7 without the blink of the light. So energy or power companies can leverage on that and assist healthcare providers in ensuring that they have access to alternate source of electricity, alternate source of power, like solar panels. Nothing stops banks and other organizations from accessing a healthcare facility within their community with a view to providing them with a solar system that will enable them to be in a conducive environment for the clients and for the professionals, and again assisting them in providing quality care delivery. I think I may have to mention it now. We've had such collaboration in the past in this facility, I don't want to advertise for a company. Some corporate organizations have donated some chairs and hospital furniture and some medical equipment for the facility. Some equally assisted us in providing digital literacy and some digital devices that will assist us in our electronic medical records. So, and there are still other areas of need. So I'm sure if organization develop the culture of doing the needs assessment of the hospital or any healthcare center around them, then they will be able to see where they can plug in and assist in plugging the infrastructural gaps that's prevalent in our healthcare system. Nobody can do it for us. We have to work together as individual, as family, as community, as organization to make it work. Because, I mean, there is no, in the real sense of the word, no one else can do it for us.
From a response, we talked about how most healthcare sector have moved from the traditional model to the digitized world.
Yes.
So for startups, what challenges do they face in scaling these tech-driven solutions in Nigeria?
It's not cheap. That's why I said it's not cheap. There are quite so many things that will make it difficult for a startup. In terms of those devices, the devices are not cheap, except they find loans, maybe through industrial banks or some other, well-meaning individual. And when you look at that as well, you discover that the interest rates on those loans are not really cheap as well. So it's pretty difficult in this part of the world to have a good start point for starters in business in Nigeria. You have to talk of the energy cost. You have to talk of the maintenance cost. You have to talk of some other hidden costs, like cost of even human capital development, the human resources that we require for health and all those things. So it's not really easy, and that's why in some societies they usually give tax haven to startups in order to encourage them. So, and again, give interest-free loans to startups in order to encourage. Because when we are doing that, we're already building up a society where it's for us, and if we maintain it well, it would always be for us.
What policy changes or regulatory framework are needed to encourage more affordable healthcare solutions? What policy changes or framework is needed to encourage more affordable healthcare solutions?
Yeah, all over the world, universal healthcare coverage is the norm. And what we mean by that is that people should not go through catastrophic spending just because they're sick. So the government, the society, the individuals, we need to protect the vulnerables from catastrophic spending or from not even accessing health at all due to the fact that they don't have the access. And and that brings in the concept of social health care, social health care insurance, or social health care insurance. So in Nigeria, we have social health care insurance. We have national health care insurance. In Lagos State, we have Lagos State health scheme. And unfortunately, because of the mistrust that has bedeviled insurance practices in this part of the world, a lot of people are still not really trusting the insurance scheme. But that is the way to go, because the insurance assists individuals, the community, and even the government to pull resources together to address critical needs without going through difficulty. So if we really want to bring up our health system to international standards, we must intentionally embrace and sustain the social health insurance scheme. The Nigerian government is doing a lot in that regard, but we still need to do appropriate stakeholders engagement. All people within the community, they must understand to the granular level, to their own native language, why insurance is necessary for them. A lot of people think that they bring religious religious sentiments into science, and I think that is the area where we need to where we need to grow up and wise up. What do I mean by that? If you're sick, the appropriate place to go is to go to the hospital, where one will be appropriately and professionally assessed, not to a pastor. When one is sick, it is a disease entity. It is a medical, a scientific issue that should be approached scientifically, not based on fictions and issues that people are not really well understood. So those are the areas. Health promotion and health education should be brought to the granular level on how to maintain themselves, self-health care, and again on social health insurance scheme. Let everybody embrace it. It has to be universal, whether you are a cleaner, whether you are irrespective of religious orientation or social status, everyone must have health insurance.
Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Welcome back to the Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, with me is Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, and we've been talking about affordable healthcare solutions in Nigeria. In the health sector, affordability is important,
yes,
but so also is trust. How can startup balance low cost with maintaining high standards of quality care?
Now, all over the world, there is quality of care checklist. So, in order to build trust, startup in health must embrace that checklist. Use it to, as a guide on how to maintain quality. And of course, quality comes with appropriate financing as well. And that's why, like I was saying before, social health insurance scheme is very, very important. The social health insurance scheme, corporate organization can also do it for their employees. They can do corporate, health care package for their employees. Individually, they can do that as well. They can also, buy life, a kind of social health insurance scheme as well for the vulnerables within their areas of practice. Then, organizations as well can do it for their employees. I've said that, and well-meaning or high net worth individuals as well can also look back and assist the vulnerable by way of giving them insurance subscription. So that will help a lot, and pulling those resources together will assist startups in mitigating some of the access to finance and ensure, because access to finance assist in driving the quality of healthcare delivery. So I think in a nutshell, accessibility to health insurance scheme will help them. Accessibility to low GD financing or loans will also help. There are quite so many government establishments and also some corporate organizations that are non-governmental corporate organizations that are involved in that regard. I don't want to be mentioning their names, but if you search the web or the internet, you will find quite a lot of them there. So I think a lot of people are groping in the dark out of ignorance that those opportunities are there. For this facility, I'm also looking forward to having corporate organizations linking up with them to assist us, some foundations to assist us in ensuring that we're able to maintain quality care delivery here.
A lot of startups in the healthcare system are struggling to scale up to the top.
Yes.
And You have been a dedicated practitioner for so many years. What advice can you give to struggling startups in the healthcare sector for them to be able to rise, for them to be able to stand out and not just give up on what they've already started on doing?
Well, I will, I will advise them to consider three things. The first is relationship. They must build relationship, either professional relationship or relationship with other allied organizations or businesses that can assist them in mitigating whatever challenges that they have. They also need to build relationship with the community where they practice, because there is no way they can practice in isolation. Apart from relationship, what they also need to build is trust. Trust in their practice, in ensuring that they want quality healthcare practice, and they also need to build trust in the community as well. They need to project their services in such a way that the people will be encouraged to use them. So then the third one is that when they have problems, they should, or they have challenges, they should be able to reach out. Even if I want to go religious now, even Jesus Christ, all the miracles that he didn't do it alone. He was able to do what I can call resource mobilization. And from that resource mobilization, he was able to achieve the miracles, and the credit goes to him. But those that are profound, they will know that those who provided the water that he used to make the first wine, they deserve credit as well. The small boy who provided the fish and the loaf of bread that enabled him to feed 5,000 equally deserves some credit. So we must, as a startup, be generous to reach out to people whenever we have challenges. We may never know, in our circle of influence, we may find someone that has what we actually need to move ahead and, surmount those challenges. That's my advice.
Thank you, Doctor. So the last question before we call it a wrap on today's episode of Startup Spotlight. Looking ahead, what opportunity do you see for startup and innovators to transform the affordability of healthcare in Nigeria over the next 10 years?
Now, yeah, I'm a profoundly optimistic person, and I have this strong belief that it's going to be well. But we need to be strategic if we really want it to be well. And what are the strategies that we need to adopt? The first, like I said, building trust. The second, we need to ensure that we map all our available resources and ensure that we prioritize our needs. Most of the time, we don't do need assessment. Someone will just say, okay, I just want to build borehole somewhere, and they built it. That borehole may never be used because maybe the people in that community didn't need that borehole. So if we are strategic in the way we're doing things, and we're able to build trust and confidence of the people, letting them realize that we need to partner together to make it work. Nobody does in isolation. We need to be intentional in projecting ourselves positively, either within the country or outside the country, because help can come from anywhere. It may be within, it may be from abroad. If we are looking at help from abroad, if we are projecting ourselves as a die-hard corrupt persons, nobody will want to, no business investor will want to touch us. So those are the areas we need to have a shift of mindset in the way we project ourselves, and we need to be positive as well. And we need to be deliberate. Let science solve scientific problems, and let faith solve faith-related problems. Health-related problems essentially are scientific, and they should allow these medical scientists to address it. So That's the way I will end it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, for your time and for sharing such a valuable insight on the topic, affordable healthcare solution. It was a great insight. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. Today we delved into affordable healthcare solutions, how startups can tackle the high cost of medical care. A special thanks to you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. My name is Glory Brown. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep watching BDTV.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV exclusive right here on the Business Day television. Today I'm seated with Dr. Adeosun. Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun is Chief Economist here at Business Day, and he just attended the just concluded Nigeria Economic Summit Conference in Abuja. Firstly, let me say welcome back.
Thank you so much.
How did it go?
The Nigerian Economic Society Summit was a massive one. We had over 2,000 participants, and we had participation from 22 African countries.
Oh, wow.
4 ministers were also in attendance at one point or the other.
Who are the 4 ministers in attendance?
For example, we had the Minister for Livestock. We also had the former Minister of National Planning, and so many other top-notch representation. The World Trade Organization Director, she did a video call.
Oh, she joined us virtually.
Oh, okay. It was quite interesting and engaging.
Interesting. So can you give us some of the insights with what the Economic Society Conference was all about? Give us some insight on some of the things that took place.
So first and foremost, there were over 300 paper presentations that were running concurrently. There were multiple keynote speeches. We had, for example, a speech from Bismarck Rwani, and it was very, very insightful. We also had a keynote from the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. That was also very insightful. The Minister for Livestock also provided some insights around livestock and how it can impact the economy. And the Vice President, His Excellency Shetima, was also there in person, and also provided a few insights as to some of the actions around the reforms and how it will pay off in the long term for the benefit of Nigeria. It was a great talk show that we hope will also translate into action.
Right. And speaking of some of the talk, the keynote addresses and whatnot, fantastic lineup there. You spoke about the Director General, the DG of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi, obviously joining us virtually. Yes. You talked about Bismarck Rwani also joining us. Kashim Shettima, our Vice President. Yes. Just notable names. Can you share with us today some of the key issues that were discussed?
So, for example, the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi, mentioned something very profound. She spoke about the fact that data is very critical. That if you don't have adequate, sufficient, robust data, that the policy will be blind. And that was very thought-provoking. In other words, African countries need to strengthen the necessary data capacity of the various government functionary and the data agencies, for example, in Nigeria, the Bureau of Statistics. Because the more detail and information you have about your citizenry, the more you'll be able to plan, and the more you'll be able to better allocate your resources. So things around population, census, those kind of things. So it's one thing to have revenue, it's another thing to deploy the revenue to the right sources. And it's also another thing to know where to target to even extract the revenue for. And another thing that came out also very strongly is the fact that GDP, all right, is not equal to real progress. And one of the strong things that emerged from this conference is, as we are trying to grow our gross domestic product, how inclusive is this growth? In other words, issues around inequality came out very, very strongly. Take the case of Nigeria. We are, in the last 1 year, 2 years, our revenue has increased. But on the flip side, poverty has also increased. So one of the consensus is, yes, we must do everything to increase the revenue, but we should also pay attention to the income inequality. How, in other words, social inclusion. How do we ensure that, for example, people in the rural area get as much as the dividends of the economic growth as the people in the city?
These were really key conversations. I mean, you spoke about data, how important it is for us to deploy data, especially when we're solving problems. Last week, even on the big story, that was an area where we talked about, we focused on even the census and how the last time we had the census in Nigeria was in 2006. You know, just key conversations like this. But I also understand that one of the focus of the focus on that at this conference was on rethinking Africa's development. It's a continent with so much potential, but for decades we've been unable to fully realize these potentials for the benefit of millions of our citizens. And you would hear over and over again at conferences, you would even see the theme and the tags being unlocking Africa's potential and all of that. I will tell you, to be honest, honestly speaking, I'm genuinely tired of hearing unlocking our full potential and nursing our potential and all that. I think that we should have gone past that point. So can you tell us some of the measures that the conference discussed regarding African government, that measures that we could put in place, to push this continent out of poverty in real terms?
Okay, thank you so much. The conference put together people from the academia, from the industry, and also from the private sector. So we had people from the African Development Bank and other national agencies that are involved. Now, one of the areas that was discussed was the issue of debt. Okay, and some people before now have thought, assumed, or complained about the fact that the debt burden in Africa is rising. But based on empirical data and research, it has come to the light that the real crisis is not the volume of the debt, of Africans' debts, but the quality and utilization. So you may be incurring debt, but for what? Are you incurring it for recurrent expenditure? Are you incurring it for infrastructure that is not sustainable and that is not creating jobs? So these are some of the conversations that we are having. And of course, the issue of reforms. Okay, reforms across different African countries going on concurrently. Earlier today, we mentioned how Ghana seems to be getting some things right, how the inflation rate is dropping, and how some of the other things is looking up. So we must think about Africa and Africans, homegrown solutions, but it must be holistic. All stakeholders must be involved so that we can map out a plan. We need to have like an African plan, a Nigerian plan, so that irrespective of, and the conversation also said, we don't want a situation where you have, the plan is just about political parties, because they change. People in authority change. But if there's a master plan for Ghana, for Kenya, for Nigeria, irrespective of the authority in power, you will be trying to achieve and unlock this plan. For example, the Africa 2063 plan, so that the Africa we believe in, so that each government is a continuum, right, in the real sense of it.
Right. Speaking about the Africa we want, one of the challenges we have is debt. We know that debt isn't just the problem, but it's also about utilization. How best can Africa turn the tide with the money it's borrowing? We seem to be borrowing every time. We have our big brothers and sisters over there, the World Bank. We are literally living of monies that we are receiving. And the other day we heard that we met our revenue, but it seems like there's an irony when it comes to the things that are happening here. We say, oh, we've met our revenue, but at the same time we're still borrowing. We're not borrowing from domestic banks, but certainly we're borrowing from international banks. Really, how do we turn the tide with the money that we're borrowing?
You see, it's not an easy task. But one thing is that we must focus on productive debt. I'll give you an example. Just very recently in Ethiopia, they concluded the construction of a dam. It was funded by debt, local debt. The citizens, the people bought government bonds. But that dam can generate 5,000 megawatts of electricity. Less than 30% of Ethiopia right now is on their national grid. This new dam will take that up significantly. So the problem is not the debt. It is how productive this debt is. Are we tying the debt to projects that will have multiplier effects, that will create employment, that will, lead to development? So we don't just want jobless growth. We don't want projects that will benefit a few elites. These are some of the disconnects. So we must think through whether the debt is going to be sourced locally or externally. But can we have debt, for example, to unlock our agriculture?
Okay.
Because many African countries today are still largely agrarian.
Okay.
So if we can channel those debts, not debts to build an airport, how many people in the country will ever fly?
That's a sad reality that I don't even want to think about right now. You're asking this question and it leaves food for thought, because when you think about the fact that how many people can even really afford to fly, sometimes we kind of see things from our, the point of our privilege, but really in realistic terms, it's not really how we see it.
And yet a lot of money is put into airports for a minority of the people.
Oh, that's a challenge. Another thing that is important for us to highlight is the fact that I'm a woman, women tend to hold the short end of the stick when it comes to economic and political empowerment. How can this narrative actually be changed in Africa? Were these some of the conversations that you had?
Absolutely. So one of the hallmarks of the conference was that inclusion, social inclusion, cannot be left as a buzzword.
Exactly.
We have to carry everybody.
It needs to be an action word.
And we all know empirically that women have the capacity to carry more people along.
Absolutely.
So historically and based on data, if a man has money and a woman has money, the society tends to benefit slightly large, especially because of children and other dependents. So there's this concept called gender inclusive budgeting, where when you are coming up with the budget, you just don't look at people as people, you disaggregate it. What portion of the budget is going to men, women? Of course, there are other stakeholders, maybe youths, adults, and so on and so forth. When you think about it that way, there are certain things that will have gone under the radar if you just thought about you are budgeting for people versus you are budgeting for men and for women and for children and so on and so forth. That way, you will now see what percentage of the budget is going to the women. For example, you can budget for health, but there are certain health needs that may be peculiar to women. When you budget for infrastructure, you also think about how does it impact on women. So these are some of the calls that were made at the conference, that the government of the various African countries, more than ever before, must focus so that we must bridge gender gap. For example, access to finance. When you look at things like collateral from the typical bank, it may be slightly easier for a man to have land due to how historically many African countries are patriarchal in nature. So by inheritance, men typically in many societies inherit. Where would the woman have the collateral? So how do you now create new options of collateral or new credit rating systems that will not put women at a disadvantage?
Well said. And one of the things that is important for us to highlight also this afternoon is the fact that conflict remains a major challenge that's hampering Africa's development. What was the conference? What was the way forward at this conference for Africa to address this problem of conflict?
So in Africa, we roughly have about 22 countries that are tagged as fragile or transition states. And that means they are either currently in one form of war or have most recently emerged from war or are still neck deep in the effects post-war traumas. Let's put it that way. So it has become increasingly important to invest in peace building. So when you are thinking about economic resource today, when you think about, for example, natural resource, gold, oil, you must also see peace as an economic resource. Because without peace, many things can go wrong and many things will not go right. So increasingly, African countries must collaborate with respect to data sharing. By data here, it can be security data, intel, and so on and so forth. And then when there are issues, we should collaborate quickly to nip it in the bud. If you cast your mind back not too distant past, some of the things that happened in Libya led to the proliferation of small firearms. From Libya, it entered into what? Mali. Then there was civil war there. And that is what spread through the Sahel region and is even affecting banditry in Nigeria. So Africa, yes, in quotes, don't mind your business. Because if your neighbor's house is on fire, the whole estate may catch fire eventually.
Interesting. Also, can you tell us a way that this conference was able to address some of Nigeria's economic policies, especially in light of the current, the global economic realities that we're facing now? How were they able to address and highlight some of Nigeria's economic policies?
So one of the main keynote speaker was Bismarck Rewani, and in his keynote address, he said that Nigeria's growth is currently concentrated in low linkage sectors that generate few jobs. He also said that we have very huge infrastructural gaps, especially in electricity and also in the transport. And these gaps, they cripple productivity. So more than ever before, Nigeria, for example, needs to step up our electricity generation, focus more on infrastructure, so that real GDP will significantly improve. Now, while a lot of reforms are ongoing, specifically in Nigeria, okay, but these reforms must take into cognizance social cushioning, coherence, and credibility. On one hand, we have stopped fuel subsidy. Can we begin to quickly see what the savings to the federal government, state government, and local government, what's it translating to? Can we see the hospitals? Can we see the schools? Can we also see how we are using some of the savings from the fuel subsidy, for example, to agriculture? Can we also see how we are improving security so that we can minimize or eliminate banditry, so that ultimately food costs can go down? Don't forget that the average man on the street, the only way they can appreciate if a government is working is if they have food on their table.
They have food on their tables. One of the things that I know we talk about a lot when we are speaking about some of our greatest exports, we talk about our human capital, that one of Nigeria's biggest export could be our human capital. I don't know if you believe in that. You agree with that? Now, when we're talking about education and our human capital development, we know that our youth are about over 60% of the population. What are some of the strategies for this youth to actually stabilize with the future of work? The future of work is changing, and if we're going to really hold on to this lovely title, so to speak, of having our human capital being our greatest export and whatnot. But at the same time, we're seeing the brain drain. What that also means is that this same human capital that we have, this same these best hands are the ones that they're looking for out there, and then we're left with the scrap. What are some of the strategies that were probably talked about at this conference to make sure that our youth are well placed within our continent to enjoy and to also participate with the future of work without having to export us out of the continent?
Thank you so much. Some of the papers at the conference looked at this domain you just mentioned now. While they still agreed unanimously that education remains fundamental, however, it's not education as usual. It's not same of the old ways. For example, there was a call for urgent reforms in our educational curriculum. In other words, how do we align the current curriculum not just to fit the reality of work today, but the reality of work tomorrow? There was also emphasis on scaling up vocational training and skill. Okay, there are technical skills. There are certain gluts today, in certain areas, plumbing, mechanical, artists, all these artisans. How do we also skill them up? Because you need technical skills. For example, somebody mentioned how in China, some universities were converted to polytechnic. Think about that for a moment. In Nigeria, what do? We convert polytechnics to universities. In China, about 100 universities were converted to
polytechnic. Why is that?
The reason is, so to speak, universities tended to focus more on theory. Polytechnics more on practical. And what do we need? Problem solving.
Exactly.
Industrial problem solving. So those are the kind of reforms. I'm happy just recently in Nigeria, there was a revamp of the technical education, technical colleges. Some new courses have been added and so on and so forth. So these kind of things were highlighted such that we can link the training of our universities, polytechnics to labor market data and employee data. So we are not teaching what we want to teach. We are teaching what will be marketable. And when you create those kind of talents, they will be useful both in Nigeria and abroad.
Having said that, let's now talk about the private sector and the role they are supposed to play now in accelerating Africa's development. Because we might have talked about the public sector, we might have talked about education, our youth and all of that, but there's a role that the private sector has to play. Could you highlight some of the ways in which this conference probably addressed how the private sector can also be a part of this accelerated advancement that we're talking about?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, why the role of government cannot be overemphasized. There's little they can do. In fact, many African countries, some of the state-owned enterprise have been, through the privatization process, been handed over to the private sector. Coming back to Nigeria, we have been battling with our 4 refineries like forever. Look at what Dangote refinery has done. So, private sector obviously brings entrepreneurship spirit to the table. Private sector also brings efficiency. They bring speed to the table. And more than ever before, it's obvious that the increasing role of government should be to create an enabling environment, ease of doing business, digitalization, tax. So the more the private sector prospers, for example, the more revenues the government will even get from things like taxation, levies, and so on and so forth. So the government should continue to create an environment for the private sector. And the private sector too, for example, should also increase their support for government, for the society, CSR. And when the private sector does well, it affects households. Don't forget that employees are members of the household. Don't forget that most businesses also have small SMEs that provide one support or the other. So it cannot be overemphasized. And which means that there must be a tripartite relationship. The government, the industry, and the academia. We are sharing knowledge, we are meeting the needs of each other, and we are supporting each other. And we ensure we carry each other along so that you don't just come up with a policy like you now shock the other party, because we all tend to lose something at the end of the day.
Right. Before I get your final thoughts, Dr. Adeosun, this is a time where we're focused, we are championing for sustainability on every front, every conversation, every conference you go to, we're talking a whole lot about sustainability, the green economy, and all of that. Did this conference in any way highlight, while we're talking about the urgency for industrialization, did this conference address the fine balance between attaining this industrialization, the urgency for it, and also balancing it out with sustainability and the green economy?
Yes. So that was also on the burner, on the front line. Don't forget that sustainability cares about the survival of our children tomorrow. Absolutely. That's part of the
absolutely offer.
So we don't just survive or thrive today to the detriment of people coming forward. And that's why this conference, for example, there were calls for discipline and reforms. It shouldn't be reckless. There was also call for inclusivity in planning. Inclusion is part of sustainability in a way. There was also call for accountability in spending. If you are not accountable, you will not be what? Sustainable. Then there were calls for productivity in the utilization, management, and procurement of debt. And then some African society, due to there's deficit of trust. Okay, so there was also calls for government to do more so that the citizens will believe them. You don't want to have an opera. You don't want to have chaos and realism in policy making. Of course, things like climate change, ozone layer, all those kind of conversations were also on the table. But it's important to note that as at now, the contribution of Africa or sub-Saharan Africa to climate change issues and challenges is very minimal. We've not even scratched the surface.
With all that we're doing,
there's so much more yet to be done.
Absolutely.
So we really need to step up. So we have coal, let's use it. We have oil, let's use it. But let's use it responsibly.
Absolutely. And speaking of using responsibility, while we are hitting the home run already, and inclusivity, talk to us about how the digital economy was also addressed, because this is also a very digital era. We're talking about inclusivity. So at the same time, we need to talk about digital inclusivity. So what were some of the areas in which they addressed this digital economy?
So, at the conference, the fourth industrial revolution was discussed.
Okay.
And there were, comments around the fact that, so to speak, we've not really met the expectations with respect to the third industrial revolution. That's the industrial era. We are still trying to catch up. But somehow, in this fourth industrial revolution, especially the youth of Africa, we have the window to catch up and even leapfrog. And for example, certain cities like in Nigeria, Lagos, Kenya, South Africa, we've seen a few unicorns emerge. For example, in fintech, even globally, Kenya is like the leading light with respect to payments using mobile money and the likes. So for once, there is hope on the horizon that if we embrace digitalization and we invest more, but again, we need to, it led to the call for infrastructure, electricity, internet. These are complementary to digitalization.
They go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand. And that also led to, still piggybacking back to your on sustainability, renewable energy, solar, wind. We have a lot of this in Africa, and we should really, really leverage on it. All right, it's very, very important. So things like health tech, edu tech, fintech, all the tech dimensions of our everyday life, we need to key into it. And that way, not only do we meet and solve problems of Africa, we also solve problems of the world. Take India, for example. There were some case studies like that. See how India has made a lot of money from outsourcing call center. That's leveraging technology. You may be calling a company in quotes in US, meanwhile the call center is in India.
In India.
So how do we leverage? Because suddenly geography is no longer a barrier because of technology. So we can bring more work, more jobs, more projects to Nigeria, and we of course earn dollars.
That's a good way for us to end this conversation today. Earn dollars, because that's really where I'm at right now. Thank you so much, Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, our Chief Economist here at Business Day, for giving us all of those insights from the Nigeria Economic Society Conference, which just concluded in Abuja. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's where we wrap up the Business Day exclusive today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV. Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV exclusive right here on the Business Day television. Today I'm seated with Dr. Adeosun. Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun is Chief Economist here at Business Day, and he just attended the just concluded Nigeria Economic Summit Conference in Abuja. Firstly, let me say welcome back.
Thank you so much.
How did it go?
the Nigerian Economic Society Summit was a massive one. We had over 2,000 participants, and we had participation from 22 African countries.
Oh, wow.
4 ministers were also in attendance at one point or the other.
Who are the 4 ministers in attendance?
For example, we had the Minister for Livestock. It was there in person. We also had the former Minister of National.
Capital continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
Ah.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne?
Eh?
Wa me kake so gwamnati da ya maka?
Ina so barbara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so kai?
Eh? Aikin hannu.
Eh?
Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
Eh.
To, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko?
Eh.
Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja?
Eh?
Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Ne nake so ta mun talla ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Al-Majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that the federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the al-Majris. Even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is no so bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, there's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of there is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual, with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on combine it certificate, but they can be employed after school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Almajiri school, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Almajiri and out of school children to better the system.